morning, everyone. Good morning. How are we feeling? Yeah? Good? It's our last day, our last morning, saving the best for last. Yeah? We got a call yesterday from somebody that really wanted to come and present, but you could see we've got a pretty full schedule, right? So we said, you know, we just really don't have time to fit you in, but if you want to send a video, you know, we'll run a video. And so she did, and I'm joking. It's a message from the Director General of UNESCO, Madame Bakova.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank Education International for this opportunity to address the international conference, Unite for Quality Education and Leadership. Leadership is indeed essential, and this conference highlights once again the leadership and commitment of Education International to take forward the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with education at its heart. Today, more than ever, we need vision, we need leadership, and we need partnership to catalyze progress on Sustainable Development Goal 4. For this, we know the importance of empowering teachers and educators who should be part of discussions on policies and strategies that concern their profession. This is why I welcome the involvement of the UNESCO International Task Force on Teachers on international guidelines for the establishment of professional teaching standards. I'm confident this will make a significant contribution to addressing the recommendation made by the International Commission on Financing Global Education Opportunity to strengthen and diversify the education workforce. On a personal note, I wish to single out Fred van Leeuwen, General Secretary of Education International, companion and friend, for his outstanding leadership. I believe we are all deeply grateful to him for his tireless efforts to speak for millions of teachers on the front line of building a better future for all. This international conference and all our efforts pursue a single goal: to ensure every teacher and educator is empowered, adequately recruited, well-trained, professionally qualified, motivated, and supported within well-resourced, efficient, and effectively governed system. This has never been so vital, and I thank you all for your support and commitment. Thank you.
I love all those 9 adjectives, right? Supported, motivated, empowered. That's great. Hopefully there's indicators and government will and support to make those real. Now I have a real treat. I'd like to introduce Daniel Lefrenier from our executive board from CEST in Quebec. Daniel, you have someone you'd like to introduce. Please, Daniel.
Bon matin tout le monde. Je vais vous inviter à prendre vos headsets. La présentation sera en français. The presentation will be in French. Merci. Alors, je suis doublement fier ce matin de vous présenter d'abord une de nos membres à la CSQ, la Centrale des syndicats du Québec. Donc, une personne qui est une de mes membres, mais aussi comme membre du bureau exécutif de l'International de l'éducation, un être d'exception, une personne, vous le verrez tout à l'heure, dont on peut être fier. Maggie MacDonnell a voyagé à travers le monde, travaillant comme enseignante, remplissant des missions au Botswana, en Tanzanie et au Congo. Or, ce sont ces 7 années d'expérience à Sahlberg, la deuxième communauté la plus septentrionale du Québec, qui lui ont valu le prix Global Teacher Prize, doté d'une bourse d'1 million de dollars. Je veux juste faire une petite parenthèse en disant que je suis allé à quelques reprises à Sahlberg moi-même Et vous savez, au Québec, c'est très froid l'hiver, mais à Salouit, c'est très, 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 très froid. La jeune femme originaire d'Afton, en Nouvelle-Écosse, croit que les défis auxquels fait face la communauté inuit ont trouvé écho chez le comité de sélection de la Fondation Varkey, basée à Dubaï. En tant qu'enseignante, Maggie MacDonnell a contribué à mettre sur pied un centre de conditionnement physique, une cuisine communautaire et un magasin d'articles usagés qui profitent non seulement à ses étudiants, mais aussi à l'ensemble de la population. La communauté de Salouit, qui compte une population de 1450 personnes, a été ébranlée par 6 suicides en 2015, tous touchant des jeunes hommes âgés de 18 à 25 ans. Maggie est actuellement en congé de son poste d'enseignante et travaille au sein d'un conseil scolaire à Coudjouac pour promouvoir une vie saine dans les communautés du Nunavik. Elle était en compétition avec plus de 20 000 candidates et candidats de partout dans le monde pour la prestigieuse récompense. La cérémonie de remise de prix avait lieu à Dubaï, où elle s'est rendue en compagnie de certains de ses étudiants. Maintenant, une courte vidéo. Merci.
Whenever I'm working with young people, my goal is to be able to give them the tools that they need to be masters of their own destiny. My name is Maggie MacDonnell, and I'm a teacher working in Sahlberg, Nunavik, Canada. The definition of a teacher here is a lot more broad than it might be if you were a teacher in Toronto or Halifax or Montreal. In an Inuit community, you have this privilege of being able to build these very authentic relationships with your students and with the community.
A lot of young people go and talk to her because they have trust on her. So I think she's a very precious person to the community.
Do you remember the dates, Alana? The majority of the challenges that Sahlberg faces are rooted in the colonial history. And as a result now, youth on a daily basis face a lot of trauma in the community. Currently, many activists consider that the region of Nunavik to be in a suicide crisis right now. Witnessing the funerals of my students is one of the hardest things I've ever gone through, and I never want to be in that position again. As an educator, I build programs that cultivate resilience, hope, and build self-belief in my students. These tools come together to combat suicidal thoughts. I'm very lucky to be teaching in a project-based classroom, so I have a lot of freedom. This year I've really focused a lot on art-based projects because I find it's particularly therapeutic for them to express themselves in those means. Lastly, a very important project that we've been doing for the last 4 years is a project I call Students Feeding Students. In this project, my students every day create a healthy snack for the entire school body. The students are coming in with a lot of baggage. They've been in criminal trouble, known for vandalism, they're known for dropping out of school, they're known for bullying. So I'm trying to create projects for them to contribute to the community in really meaningful ways.
Maggie is really an expert at having a more open learning environment. I've seen the students go from one of the students that maybe caused the most trouble in the school to the student that helped the school out the most and is now an employee at the school. So Maggie's open approach to education, I feel, can really motivate kids that have difficult home lives.
I'm also very proud of the cooperative work placement at the daycare. It is a mutually beneficial partnership.
My daycare would not run without Maggie and her fantastic girls. We are training them to be future leaders for the daycare, and hopefully they will take over my job.
They're gaining so much confidence, so much self-esteem, and so much value and meaning from working there. I've always been so passionate about sport and physical activity as a tool to build resilience in young people, but I've literally seen it and tasted it here on a day-to-day basis in Sahlberg. And it's not just about the athletics or this performance-based outcome. Along the way, there's so much youth development going on. When I'm working with my runners, an expression I use a lot is that when you run by yourself, you go fast. But when you run with others, you can go so far. I've had youth who've joined the running club. They've actually quit smoking cigarettes. Some have quit smoking marijuana. Some have even come back to school. I've even had youth come to me and tell me when they were going through a very troubled time, when they were having suicidal thoughts, that they were able to use exercise and running as a coping tool to deal with that.
She's been my teacher, my coach, my trainer. Through the years, she has become like a family to me. I am just thankful for everything she has done for me and my family and for the town.
If it wasn't for Maggie, I wouldn't never experience of being in college.
We're so happy that Maggie came to our village because she was helping young people. She's a role model for the whole community.
I think so many people come to the Arctic and they come here and they're mesmerized by the land. But what has always inspired me as the youth that I work with, I really believe they're the true Northern Lights. I'm just here trying to find ways to take down barriers or challenges so that they can shine, so that they can dance, so that they can light up our lives.
Ladies and gentlemen, Maggie MacDonnell.
Thank you so much. Is my mic working? Can you guys hear me? I'm used to teaching in a gym, so this whole big conference, huge projection screen is all quite brand new to me. So please be patient as I stumble through this with you guys. To honor your presence, I wore my finest Adidas threads today because I am a gym teacher. I'm proud to be a phys ed teacher. And wow, can you imagine? I actually love phys ed so much. I did a master's in physical education, which a lot of my friends kind of rolled their eyes at. Like, Maggie, you did a master's in gym? Like, is this actually, like, worth it? And somehow it turned into $1 million. So teaching gym is worth it, okay? Who knew? Who knew? I didn't know. So again, I'm gonna try to run through some slides here and share my story with you guys. It's gonna focus a lot on the community I live in, which is an Indigenous community in Canada. But I think the stories and perhaps the lessons you'll gain from this can be applied in so many places, because there's over 5,000 Indigenous communities across the world, and many of them are facing some of the same issues that I'm going to highlight through this presentation. So this is where we're going, okay? Through my presentation, I want you to fall in love with the students that have touched my hearts, okay? And this young man here is called Jason, okay? And Jason is an Inuit, an Inuk student, and he comes from a family that's been tremendously affected by addictions, mental health. Sometimes both his parents are out of the community, maybe related to criminal issues, mental health issues. He lives in an overcrowded home. He had dropped out of school probably by the age of 11. Really wasn't coming to school. Kind of spent most of his time vandalizing and finding ways to create a bit of trouble in the community. But here he is, despite all of that. There he is. It's a picture we took of him in Hawaii as he's crossing the finish line of his very first half marathon. And his goal was to finish that half marathon in 2 hours, and he did it. And I think what my message here is that if we as educators think outside the box, if we embrace project-based learning, if we also value physical education as a tool to build resiliency, we can have these amazing stories. Jason, and as we go through, I'll tell you more about him, but he's crossing that finish line as a student who's back in school, who no longer smokes cigarettes, who was marijuana-free at that point, and all that because of project-based learning. I'm also going to give you an overview of the Arctic history, some of the major traumas that have happened there, my student behaviors, my influences, and we'll just kind of run through this presentation here. I want you guys to know where I work because it's a really remote and far off place, and I don't think many of you may have heard about it, but beyond my lovely Canadian colleagues in the audience. But I work in the blue area up there, and so this is what we call the Arctic region, all those blue parts of Canada, and the main indigenous group that lives there are the Inuit. And just to give you a bit of concept of distance or price or expense with travel, if I want to fly from Montreal to the village that I work in, that costs 4,000 Canadian dollars. Return, but still 4,000. So I live in a quite isolated place. This is what it looks like in the summer. The summer only happens for about 6 weeks up there, but we're so high up on top of the world, I like to say that. Sometimes we experience 24 hours of sunlight. So that picture there in the red of some of my students who are still hunters and fishers, they were returning at midnight from hunting with their families. So that's what it looks like at 1 in the morning and at midnight. But usually it's not that warm. Usually it looks like this. And it's about 10 months of the year, the area is covered in snow and ice and tundra. And the temperatures can range to about -30, -40, even sometimes -50. And we call it, in Canada, we say the term, it's a fly-in community. So there's no road network. If I'm in Montreal and I want to drive there, that is not going to happen, okay? I can drive to one village, to the last town, maybe 8 hours away from Montreal, then I have to get out of my car, and I have to get into a plane, and I have to do what we call the milk run, okay? So I get on this little tiny plane, and I hop village to village to village to village, till I finally land on the ice here in Sahlberg. And you can see the guy in the red hat, that's Jason again. He's going to pop up all the time in this presentation. Who do I work with? Many of you might not be familiar with this indigenous group. They're called the Inuit. And this is a photo of what their life would have looked like probably just 60 years ago. They made what we called igloos or snow houses. That was largely their accommodation during the winter season. They're famous for hunting seal. So their clothing that they wear is made from seal skin. It was a highly nutritious food as well. They ate a lot of raw fish. They burned oil from whales as a heating source. And they speak a language called Inuktitut. And they've lived for thousands of years in this region of Canada, but they've gone through arguably the most rapid change of any indigenous group in the world, because this was only shot about 50 or 60 years ago. I personally know people in the community who grew up in conditions like this. Just to give you a little idea of how I see the world, I was so blessed to study at the University of Toronto, and I gained hopefully a lot of sharp critical thinking skills while I was there. I have a post-colonial lens. I identify as a feminist. I'm always trying to be a youth ally and making sure that I'm including youth as much as possible in the work that I'm doing. And I also take a community development lens with me to my job as well. I'm going to quickly run through some of the traumas, as that's a language we use a lot when we're talking about Indigenous people in Canada, because they have lived through relentless traumas. And those have been passed down through the generations, okay? So to begin with, some of the traumas include relocation, okay? Canada is a huge country, if you saw that map. Most parts of it, though, we don't live in, we don't populate, especially the Arctic region. But the Canadian government knew that's going to be a very wealthy region. It's probably rich in minerals, can contain the secrets to the Northwest Passage. So Canada really wanted to claim the Arctic as part of their nation, as part of their borders. They were worried about Russia or America taking it on. And so one thing that the Canadian government did to the Indigenous people there is that they kind of forced them, peer pressured them, etc., to relocate, because previously they lived in like a nomadic, seasonally nomadic lifestyle. But they said, hey, we really need you guys to live in settlements so that we can provide services for you, and that way we're going to claim the Arctic as Canada, okay? But they often sent them to areas that were simply incredibly harsh to survive in. And these people survived thousands of years in some of the most harshest environments in the world, yet that's what Canada did to them. And I'll talk more about the decades of public underfunding that have also been something that have been living with. Another trauma that they went through, which particularly affects their relationship with education, is what we call the residential school experience. And I'm sure the Canadians in the room might know what I'm talking about, maybe some Americans or Australians as well. But there was a period, and this only stopped in 1996, the last school shut down, okay? But there was a period in Canadian history where there was an actual policy from the federal government to say we need to assimilate the Indian. That was the language used at the time, not First Nations or Indigenous. And we need to take the Indian out of the child, okay? So what they did at that time is they traveled, flew, etc., to various Indigenous communities across Canada, and they forcibly removed young children from the families without consent. And they took them thousands of miles away to residential boarding schools, often run by the Catholic Church. And they would have to stay there for an entire year or several years. Maybe if they were lucky, get one trip back home. While they were at these schools, they were shamed for practicing their culture. They were beaten for speaking their mother tongue. And also, incredibly alarmingly, there's been what we call a Truth and Reconciliation Committee in Canada that for the last 5 years has done intensive research on this part of our history. And they have revealed countless cases of sexual and physical abuse being done to those kids. So this was a huge trauma that both the parents went through as they lost their kids by their own government agents, and that the kids went through themselves as they often returned to the community. Maybe they no longer had their identity, or it was shattered or fractured. They felt shame. They had a hard time sometimes reintegrating into the community. They no longer knew the traditional ways. Some of them could no longer speak to their parents. They had lost their tongues. They had lost their speak. They had lost their languages. Another huge trauma that happened specifically to the Inuit is what we call the dog slaughter. The Inuit were famous for traversing nearly half the world with teams of dogs, dog sled teams. And as Canada again forced or pressured them to live in villages, the police of Canada were not so happy at the time, the authority figures in the villages, that the Inuit were still kind of going on the land and not living a traditional settled village life, that they were still being so nomadic and carrying on their culture. So they decided to slaughter all the dogs. And so hunters and men came home that night and found their dogs dead. It's like you go to the parking lot and all your cars and wheels have been smashed and slashed. And that was your way of going out on the land, your way of bringing food back for your family, your way of staying safe They live in a wild environment where there's polar bears and wolves. Dogs kept you safe from those predators. Dogs could navigate a blizzard and bring you back home safe. So that was just another one of the traumas, and there's numerous, but I just wanted to talk on at least 3 of them. I'll give you a quick socioeconomic overview, and again, I'm trying to do this to shatter stereotypes that you might have about Canada, and even I had about Canada until I became more aware and lived in these places. We have food insecurity for our Inuit youth and people of rates of up to 70%. The housing crisis is crazy. In the region, in my village, we need at least 100 more houses. So we have what we call hidden homelessness. My kids sleep on the living room, under the kitchen table. My kids, I should say, my students, I'm such a teacher. We always call them my kids. It's incredible. Sometimes you're on a waiting list for social housing for 10, 15, 20 years, and there's simply no other place to live. There's no other place to go and rent a house. I mean, there's a limited number of physical infrastructures in these communities. And though the government will sometimes make a statement, we're going to pledge this much money to housing, and it sounds significant, something like, oh wow, $600 million. In reality, for example, this year they've pledged, I think, or I know definitely the stats from last year, they built 62 houses. Over 1,000 are needed, and they built 62. That's pathetic, okay? We're challenged with a very low graduation rate. There's a lot of single-parent households. Drug and alcohol addictions are also very high. And that's how people have coped with all the trauma that they've lived with. Back to my dog slaughter story. I've had elders tell me that they can remember when their dad came home and found all his dogs dead. That's the day he started to drink. Right? He had already lost his kids to residential school. He had at that point lost his wife to tuberculosis, a disease brought up again by outsiders, and then they slaughtered all his dogs. That's the day he started to drink. This is what I mean by intergenerational trauma. That's burden on the shoulders of young people. This is a quick kind of profile of some of my students. There's a lot of inconsistency in their life. Again, they're hungry. That affects their focus. There's an early onset of addictive behaviors, just like Jason. It's common for kids there to start smoking cigarettes or marijuana even at the age of 9, 10, 11, or 12. There's incredible mental health challenges. So many of them have experienced trauma. There's a lot of detachment, and they're what we say lost between cultures, or there's a loss of identity. Because I'm a feminist, because I always care about how are girls surviving in these environments, how are their experiences perhaps different or nuanced. There was an incredibly high rate of teenage pregnancy. I don't even know if I can count how many of my students have had babies. It's definitely well over 10 by now, and I've held them and sometimes even been at the clinic when they've been born. Over 50% have survived sexual abuse. So much domestic duties are downloaded onto the girls. It's really hard to find a way to engage with them in after-school projects because they need to go home, and because they come from single-parent households. And if you're the oldest girl child, that means you've got to raise and help out with all the other little kids at home. Even in addition, as an example, there's no hospital in the community. We just have a small clinic, though we have some of the most extreme health issues facing Canada. I'll have to go on another tangent here. I lived in East Africa for over 5 years, maybe because I'm physically active and try to stay healthy. I never got sick there once, never even got malaria, okay? But here I am as a Canadian living in this community. I got tuberculosis. Not just me, 30 people in my community had active cases of tuberculosis. That was eye-opening for me. I didn't think we had tuberculosis in Canada, but we do. And we have it in arguably our own version of apartheid in these far-off, often indigenous communities that are still strongly affected by that, and we still don't have a hospital. Yet we have 30 cases of active tuberculosis. So as parents need to take their kids down what we call south on that big voyage to Montreal, maybe for a month or two to take care of their child or their elder person in their community who has tuberculosis or another health issue, they've left the household. And now it's up to that teenage girl to run everything, right? Take care of all the kids, get them to daycare, get them to school, get the groceries, everything like that. All of this is manifested, in my opinion, into what we're currently seeing, which is a youth suicide crisis. Again, I can't count the births I've witnessed. They're so numerous, and it is a moment of joy for sure in any Indigenous community when a young child is born. But what I also can't count anymore is the funerals. I think I've been to over 30 funerals in about my first 6 years. I kind of stopped counting. But I know in one particular 2-year frame, I was to 10 funerals, all just related to suicide, all affecting young people. That's how much pain they're going through, that they see suicide as a way to escape that. When you live through a suicide crisis, this is what your Facebook feed looks like. One of my favorite students, Mo, okay? Just love this kid. I helped him graduate. He's 19 here right now. And he often goes to the graveyard to visit his best friends and remember them. Research shows that if you have lost somebody to suicide, you are at a greater risk of suicide yourself. My students have lost within their community, most of them have probably lost 15 to 20 people to suicide. Imagine how at risk they are. But I'm an optimist, okay? I like to say, don't give me problems, give me solutions, okay? And I think education is one of those solutions. I'm so inspired by a famous adult educator from Canada. I hope some of my Canadians know about him. His name was Moses Cody, and he led the cooperative movement in Canada. And his definition of a good educator was somebody who could help students be masters of their own destiny. So that's what always drives me. I'm also very driven by community development theory. I really don't want to think about not just the needs in the community, not just what's not there, but what is there. What are the talents, the resources, the resilience that's already within that community? How is that glass already half full? I really try to take a project development approach to teaching. So I'm trying to identify these talents, and then what I want to do is match those talents to real needs in the community so I can make meaningful experiences for my young people. So many of the youth I work with, because I get to teach, as lucky as I am, all the disenfranchised kids, all the kids who've dropped out, it's my job to go and try to reel them back into school, okay? And these are the kids that I get to teach. And so what I want to do is create stages and platforms and podiums where they get to stand up on them and give back to the community. So they're no longer a disenfranchised, pot-smoking, vandalizing Jason, okay? But as you'll see later, he's turned into a healthy role model for the region. When I look at issues, I again try not to just focus on the negative, but what's the opportunity? So we have a huge issue with bullying and vandalism in the community. Just this year, we had youth vandals, the age of, I think, 12 to 14, come into our school with a crowbar. Quite ingenious, I must admit. Lots of teamwork as well. And they actually did $35,000 of damage to our school. So that's kind of the level of vandalism that we're dealing with consistently. But I always know that there's an opportunity. So with bikes, kids vandal the bikes all the time, but I know that, hey, kids love their bikes, okay? And a lot of my kids are super manual and they like fixing things. Maybe we can make a bike repair shop. So that's one of the projects that we did. There's one of my favorite students, Jimmy. We brought in an instructor. We set up a bike shop. We always have collaboration from the municipality, another strength. The adults want to see the kids doing great things. It's a resource to work with. We were fixing bikes, and here are my kids who sometimes were the bullies and the vandals of the bikes. Here they are actually going to the dump, finding old parts, putting bikes back together, and giving them to little kids. And we even set up a bike park as well. Another issue, a lack of access to safe recreational activities. But I see that as an opportunity too, right? Kids love sports and they have a lot of free time. So let's do some extracurricular activities. I'm such a fan of basketball, as is my husband there. He used to play on the national basketball team. So we set up this great basketball club at the school, and we started with these girls. And it just went contagious. We now have basketball teams throughout the region. Back in the day, I was a really good table tennis player. Sounds kind of geeky, but at one point I was third in my province, which is kind of cool. And Jason loves table tennis. So I was like, okay, let me try to find another way to get him engaged in school. So I said, if you come to school, I'll do some table tennis. I'll teach you some serves, some blocks, some super spins. These are all the tricks to table tennis if you kind of become a geek like me around it. And there's Jason, as I like to say, my favorite pothead, okay? There he is in Greenland, representing Nunavik, his entire region, at the Arctic Winter Games, where he went to place third at that championship. Came back to school on the way, right? This is a fitness center that we've helped create. These additional teams here are teams from other villages that got inspired by what we were doing. And they created basketball teams and volleyball clubs as well. You can see the girls in the red. They're from my school. And then all the girls across the red, I can't even fit them all in this huge screen. These are all the multiplier effect. The other girls who got involved from other villages. They literally are plane rides away, and they got involved, and we invite them once a year to have friendship games. Another big issue, again, to a lack of recreational space, but the kids love fitness. The municipality had access to funding, so we got together and we made a fitness center for the community. And this was huge. It offered a safe place for the kids to come every evening. And it also became home to our running club. I love to steal from the African continent. You guys just have the best, most motivating expressions, right? So one of them is when you run by yourself, you run fast. But maybe that only applies to Kenyans or Ethiopians, because I'm kind of a slow runner. But nonetheless, I steal the expression. But when you run with many, you go so far. That's what I always tell my students, okay? So I start with one, but I try to get that multiplier effect going. And now we have about over 40 runners in our running club. But to me, it's not just about getting on the podium, though I am so proud of them when they actually steal some races and walk away with medals. To me, it's about all the youth development that goes on with that running. As an example, this is one of, again, my favorite students, Larry. Post one of his runs, okay? You can see his frozen beard and everything. Larry comes from an overcrowded home, grew up with 18 people in a 4-bedroom house, largely influenced and affected by drugs and alcohol. I think he's probably one of the only young people in his whole house who has a job. And he persevered so amazingly. He's actually a totally drug-free young person. He makes rap songs that are super cool about promoting a drug-free, healthy lifestyle. And with him and my other runners, so this to me is a kid at risk, a vulnerable kid, we got together and we fundraised over $30,000 to help other northern youth. Do we ever think about Indigenous Canadian youth like that as philanthropists? because that's what he is. And they get all sorts of amazing experiences. There's Jay, right, back on stage again. He's helping doing community fundraising in the community. Above, they're getting amazing media experience. They're talking to CBC, which is our version of the BBC. So that was pretty cool for them. There's a beautiful shot of the cookies that we bake and sell. So they're learning all sorts of amazing life skills, entrepreneurial skills, public speaking. And they're getting, again, he's no longer disenfranchised. He's in the center of the community now. So off we go to Hawaii, okay, where they have an amazing time. And this is actually our 4th trip. We've been to Hawaii twice. Luke, one of my favorite runners up there in his graduation gown, he went through a really tough time. He lost his grandpa, and he felt really lonely, and he kind of got into a lot of drugs and alcohol. But luckily, because of the fitness center, because of sports, because of good parents as well, he searched for another hobby, and he found it with running, and he found it with fitness, and he left the marijuana addiction behind, stepped back into school, okay? He was the only graduate in his class that year. He would have started out as a 5-year-old with about 15 kids in his class. He made it to the finish line. Not just in Hawaii, he made it to the finish line when he graduated from our secondary school. And along the way, he got recognized at the national level in Canada for his science fair project. And now he's at college. Project-based learning, offering kids opportunities to build healthy lifestyles through physical activity to build resilience. Jay, again, my favorite pothead, okay? He's meeting with the Governor General of Canada, this handsome, elderly man here. The Governor General of Canada is our representation of the Queen of England in Canada. Imagine Jay is hanging out with the Queen of England. Wow. Project-based learning. Here is Jay and my other students. We went on tour. My school board is so supportive. They heard the story of what we were doing. They thought it was great. They sent us on tour. We got on planes for a whole week. We hopped to each village, and we gave presentations to other kids, peer-to-peer presentations. I tried not to talk too much. I gave the mic to them. They spoke in Inuktitut. They shared their own personal stories, right? And we actually launched running clubs in new villages that had never done that before. And they're pictured there, those young runners now. Now we're training to go to Barbados in December. If anybody wants to come, you're more than welcome. Come with us. When you run with many, you go so much further. Another big issue, youth are disengaged in the community. But I know that their asset is they want to connect with the community. And so I created this project called Acts of Kindness, where I deliberately sought out ways for them to contribute to the community. So we have this super cool, fun smoothie bike. So we got funding for that, and every day they make smoothies for their entire school population. And because I grew up in North America, I am, of course, influenced by those big chains like McDonald's, you know, the big golden arches. And anytime you drive by a McDonald's, it's like served over 1.5 million cheeseburgers. So I said, we'll copy that. So when you come into our school, you'll see served over 25,000 smoothies, right? This is them with a local elder who is an activist around sexual violence and the prevention of that abuse. She has an incredible personal story. She's truly a healer because she's been healed herself. She was abused as a small child, and she went through all those angry years after living through that sexual abuse. And it probably went on for more than a decade or two. And then she found a way out of that. She found a way to forgive, a way to heal, and now she gives workshops and helps counsel other young people. And my students actually help her So they help her doing that activism and that awareness, and they help her with her workshops. On the bottom picture there, you're going to see my students making food for the community, preparing meals for elders. Again, food insecurity over 70%. The value of a hot, healthy, warm meal is priceless in that community. Up above, where they're holding the yellow circles, that was a cool moment. I was at the daycare at the work placement with my students, and we get this call from the mayor. It's always pretty cool when the mayor calls you. So he's like, Maggie, can you help me out? I'm like, Mr. Mayor, I'm always here. Tell me what to do, and I'm with you. And he's like, I need you guys to run the federal election. Say again? You say that in Inuktitut? I don't think I understood that. You want us to run? Yeah, I need you guys to run the federal election. You mean you want me and my disenfranchised pool of vandals who are dropouts, arguably illiterate, yes, he's like, we need you to run the federal election, and we did it. All my students, my student Lydia in that photo, she turned 18 the day before. That inspired her to vote. How important is that, getting more Indigenous people voting? We renovated community shacks. We turned them into coffee houses. We did stained art glasses. Here are my students. They just sent me this picture just as I was in Dubai. They're going to graduate from disenfranchised to graduates. These are some of my graduates from the last year. Louisa, the girl on the left, I have to tell you her story. She's phenomenal. She has so much attitude that she should be like in music videos or something. When she was in what we call the secondary or regular sector, sort of like grade 10, no teacher could handle her. And that's because she basically raised her family. She's one of those firstborn teenage girls who took care of everything. She was the boss at home. She raised all her younger siblings, managing the household income, getting everybody up, off to school, etc. So she's the boss in her life. I think it was hard for her to go to class and deal with a more authoritarian teacher. And I used to see her every day in the principal's office, getting in trouble, getting disciplined. But I'm a jokester. I used to joke with her like, hey, Louisa, you're here again. Is this your office yet? Because see you here a lot. And so eventually they transferred her to my class. And I gave her opportunities to put that leadership into service in the community, right? She's done so well that now we hire her at the school to be an assistant to our special education teacher. And so when a kid is having a crisis, she helps them, which is more valuable than I could ever do. She speaks Inuktitut. She's probably their relative. She knows their reality so much more than I ever could. Another issue, loss of culture, especially for girls. Girls are more disenfranchised in terms of having access to the land, especially for girls who grow up with single mothers, because they don't have a kind of a male father, uncle figure in their life to help them. So one thing I try to do is with, again, local people, I should stress that, I always try to work with the community as much as possible. We created a girls' adventure club. And I took these students hunting. We went to this beautiful national park, and there's my student Rebecca lining up to shoot her first ever caribou. How empowering was that for her? We stayed on that national park for over a week, and we had brought, being so prepared, all this food with us from the stores. We never had to touch it at all. The girls hunted and fished for us the whole week, fed us entirely, and brought back the extra meat and fish to the community to give to their families. Those are the two sisters, Rebecca and Sam, bringing back the caribou from the land. I think that I know it was mentioned earlier, by one of the panelists, but teaching is all about that relationship, or at least it is for me. And some people ask me, well, what's your secrets, or what are your keys? To me, specifically working in an Indigenous community, you need to be in the community. There's so many valid reasons for Indigenous and specifically Inuit people to distrust an outsider coming in. Just think about the residential schools, okay? How much trauma have outsiders brought into their community? So as I arrive in that village and start to work there, it's obvious I'm not Indigenous. I'm a Halonak, as they say. I'm a settler Canadian. I need to be very patient, okay? And I need to immerse myself in appropriate ways into the community. I have to have a great sense of humor, and I need to be myself, because I find the Inuit quite gifted at reading through perhaps false tenses. They know who you are, and they can see who you are. So if you try to pretend to be somebody fake, it's not going to work in the classroom. You have to be who you are. What have I learned as a teacher? I've learned that helping kids build social capital, and by that I mean helping kids build networks, okay? When again, Jason didn't really have a healthy social capital network. Maybe he was friends with a couple of drug dealers, but as he joined the running club, now he became friends with a lot of kids trying to make healthier choices. If you can build pride in culture, okay? If you can connect kids to the land, if you can connect them to elders, if you can make them feel proud about who they are and where they're from, and if you can also find ways to develop coping skills for stress. And for me, those coping skills come through physical activity, because that's my forte, but there's so many other coping skills out there. But if you put all of these together, it actually equals suicide prevention, it equals resilience, and it equals education perseverance. When I was a Canadian and I came to the North, I went up there pretty critical, to be honest. I didn't really think I was going to play much of a part. I thought, at least I'll go up and learn about Canada. I'll learn about what Indigenous people are going through. But I didn't think that I could make a change, considering the enormous history and complex structures behind me. But I have had over 3 young people come to me, and this is touching for me to talk about, but they've come to me and said, Maggie, you helped save my life. I was going to commit suicide that day, but I saw you and we talked, or we went for a run, or we practiced together, or you connected me with my friends and my family, and you got me through that night. And that's an incredible privilege for me to have as a Canadian, as a non-Indigenous Canadian, considering all the traumas non-Indigenous Canadians have brought to the Inuit. And I think what I have not just learned as a teacher, but what I have learned as a Canadian, is that education is indeed a tool for reconciliation. And that if we're properly training our teachers to go work in these complicated places, if we're properly supporting them, that they can build amazing, genuine relationships with the community, with Indigenous youth, that Indigenous youth are welcoming, that they want to connect with teachers, that they want to have an amazing, healthy lifestyle, that they want to graduate from school, and that all of this is possible. I'm new to this environment, again, to these conferences, but my message to you people here, as people who are working actively within unions, is to know that This might be a very specific Canadian story or from a specific small village, but there's over 5,000 Indigenous groups across the world speaking over 4,000 languages that are at risk. That loss of identity, loss of land, loss of culture is threatening nearly all of those communities, and that I really hope you within your unions can think about how you can use that platform to help support Indigenous people, not just within Canada, but worldwide. In Dubai, and may I first thank so much Shahé Mohammed and Sunny Varkey of the Varkey Foundation, because somehow this gym teacher got $1 million, okay? With my $1 million, people ask me all the time, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with your $1 million, right? Especially my students. Can we go have poutine, right? If you're from Quebec, you know what that means, okay? What I really wanna do is launch a nonprofit with my students to focus on kayaking. The Inuit invented this beautiful boat, and it's all over the world now, but it's very rarely used within their communities. I want to help bring back that culture because A, it's about their culture, B, it's about physical activity, C, it's about transportation, okay, and D, it's about connecting with the land, which is very transformative and healing for Indigenous people in particular. So I'm new to this, but also I don't know if you guys are wealthy in this audience or not, but maybe you know wealthy people. And if you do, please let them know what I'm doing, because I'm saying I'm willing to put in my $1 million. I want to see other people contribute to show that they care just as much about kids like Jason that I do. So thank you so much for your time. My time has run out. It's red. I'm being pulled off stage.
Thanks, Maggie.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, can I get the lights? I gotta get a photo of all these people. Wow.
So,
whoa, 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 whoa. Can you guys do this? It's called the dab. Please, everybody do the dab. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, this is so cool. You guys are the teenagers are gonna love you. Love you. Okay.
Thank you. So we need to tell Pearson and Bill Gates, I'd like to see an iPad do that. Right? Am I right? I mean, are we having this conversation, really? Because all it's about is words per minute? Literacy in math, really? Okay. I think Maggie's setting us up on the right foot. We're a little behind on time. I'm cognizant of the interpreters. But what I'm going to say, we're going to go to Pasi next, and then we'll take the break after Pasi and come back for the panel, okay? Pasi Sahlberg, I don't think he needs much of an introduction, does he? I mean, you're here also to hear Pasi. I was just with Pasi in Argentina because the Argentine teachers were begging us, could you get us Pasi? Because he's like the one person that maybe our government would listen to because the whole Finland thing, and maybe he could talk some sense into them on this whole testing, teacher bashing thing. And to Pasi's credit, he came. By the way, at the end of the conference, we're going to take a picture in solidarity with the Argentine teachers at the back by the graffiti wall. So at the very, very end, we got some signs if you'd like to join us for a photo. They couldn't be here because of the crisis, but we're going to do that. Pasi, I just want to thank you for all that you do, for inspiring us, and for showing us there's an alternative way. So, Pasi Sahlberg, everybody. Excellent. Thank you.
Hi. It's so difficult to come after Maggie. Maggie, are you still here? Yeah, you know, I used to say always that world needs more Canada. Now I think I have to say world needs more Maggie. Wonderful. Thank you once again what you do. Now, I tried to do this, what I had to say to you a little bit faster so that we have time for conversation. If you want to take a look at some of the pictures I show, the easiest way to do that is to join me in Twitter, and I'm going to post this after the morning in Twitter so that you can take a look. I guess that I was told, and I saw in the social media, that you have been talking about PISA as well here, that you had a debate. And you know, I'm going to talk about big data a little bit, or data in general. And I often hear people saying that, you know, big data is bad and we need something else, or we don't need data at all. Sometimes, I don't know what your debate was yesterday here, but people say that PISA, that is the OECD PISA, that is often considered as an example of big data in education, is bad, and we should do it away and just keep on doing things in a normal way. But what I try to tell you this morning is that I think as educators, as people who work with teachers and care about what teachers do, my opinion is that the best way to cope and deal with this new situation, with the emerging data and information and measurements and all those things, is probably not to resist it, to say that we don't want to do this, we don't want to go there. I think what we need as educators is a smarter narrative. We need to find a way how to talk about these things so that we are able to offer an alternative. So for me, the question is not really whether we should do PISA or any measurements or not. The question is, what is the best thing we need to make sure that we are moving ahead? Now, if you look at many other areas of life that are equally important than education, sports, for example, so the sports is full of big data now. The football teams and national teams win championships because they use big data. They use data to analyze what they do. There's a concept, I spoke with Andy Hargreaves yesterday about football and big data. There's a concept now in football called expected goal. That because of all the data that they use in the football teams, they can basically they can predict when the team is going to score a goal. So you can go kitchen and have a beer and lunch, and then come back when the most likely period of game will be there, so that you can see the goal. So it's everywhere. All the professional team sports are relying on big data. Sometimes teams are losing, not winning championships, because they ignore the other part, or the other side of the data, and they rely too much on analytics and numbers. The world's financial business in Wall Street and elsewhere is run by big data. It's not run by people anymore. Just take Goldman Sachs, for example. 15 years ago, Goldman Sachs used to have 600 women and men doing financial calculations and predictions. Now they have 2. Everything else is done by machines. 1/3 of the Goldman Sachs staff are engineers. So it's smart machines that are doing, this part of the economy. Then we have Google. People say that Google knows you better than yourself or your mother because of the big data. You sometimes probably wonder why the commercials of your favorite shoes or something else appears on the website that you're using to read the news. It's all about the big data. So big data is everywhere. So we cannot escape that. And now, of course, the question is that what should we do as educators? And what is the big data doing in education? Just to give you the definitions for those who are not very familiar with these concepts. Big data basically means a massive, huge amount of data that is collected and manipulated, processed, that is so huge that we need big machines to do that thing. So big data has been around for the last 15 or 20 years. Then we have things like data mining. Data mining is basically something that you do when you have these huge masses of data and you use machines and algorithms to see whether there are some type of relationships or connections between these data points and items, whether some events are related to others or not. And then it gives you normally correlations or relationships about things that happen. I'll get back to you with this a little bit later. Then we have the learning analytics. This is a new field in the education data science that is providing answers to the questions like, what is the best way that this particular student will graduate or pass the course or do something else? Again, based on the data that has been collected in a number of ways. So the question for all of us is that, can big data really make education smarter? Is it possible? David was referring to iPads and the edtech companies that are doing this thing. I'm going to show you a 1-minute clip that is done by one of those leading big edutech or technology companies. And look at their promise, what they promise to do with the technology and big data. And I want you to think about this a little bit, and then I'm going to give you just 30 seconds to turn to somebody next to you and say what you think. Whether you think that this is something that will have anything to do with our work. So take a look.
Every 26 seconds, a student in America drops out of school, and more than 1,700 high schools across the country have a dropout rate above 40%. The sad irony is that most estimates predict that there will be more than 120 million highly skilled jobs in the U.S. by 2020. But American students will be qualified to fill less than half of those positions. These numbers can only spell disaster. But what if teachers had a more sophisticated way to monitor student progress? Education technology companies are now using big data analytics to give teachers a new tool to ensure success. Imagine a 10th grader incorrectly fills in the bubble for 6 apples, reevaluates, and then changes his answer to 12 bananas. We can now track the student's odds of flubbing this kind of question in the future and identify the flawed logic that caused the moment of doubt. Dozens of startups are using personalized testing to create detailed profiles for individual students, gathering roughly 10 million data points for every child. Arizona State University recently implemented a data analytics system that increased passing rates by 10%, while cutting dropout rates in half. These systems can also suggest exercises to make it easier for students to learn and hone new skills. Early adopters, like the Delaware Board of Education, reported an immediate 10% increase in both reading proficiency and math performance. And now more than 10,000 schools have integrated data collection into the classroom, which will soon help us answer some of the big questions. Many teachers resisted technology for decades because it often amounted to more work with unknown results. But new systems can provide analysis in real time, and more than 87% of teachers surveyed today believe that analytics can be a powerful instruction tool in the classroom. Big data is no longer just a measuring stick. It is allowing us to climb inside the minds of students to see not just what they learn, but how they learn best. Policymakers, teachers, and technology experts now agree that analytics are ready to tackle the problem. Will it be the catalyst that pushes American schools into the 21st century?
Okay, turn to somebody who is sitting next to you and just half a minute tell your kind of a first thought that you have. No, take it seriously. It's like Barack Obama was saying in the election that don't boo, vote. Okay, now listen. Now, when you think about this, if you still think that this is not going to happen in my watch, just think about the same question in a way that you receive a phone call from your minister or somebody else who has power to influence funding and school reforms. One day you get a phone call and say that, listen, there's some people are coming to show what they can do to help to increase the graduation rates and reduce the dropout rates. And I want your opinion on this. And you're going to show a presentation, something like this, and data. What would you say? If you say boo, or if you say it's a bad idea and that's it, this technology will take over, for sure. So that's why I think we need a smarter narrative. We need to think about this much harder than we probably have done so far, because this is going to be a powerful thing in the future, everywhere in the world, this type of promise. It's already, as you see, it's already happening in around the world. So let's see what... So let's see what we can do. You know, another example of the big data in education is what the OECD is doing. OECD is doing a lot of good things and important things in helping us to understand what is happening in education. But some of those things that are taking place like now is under the GPS project in the OECD, the Global Positioning System, where you can basically use the big data in your own country and try to see where you are in, as the OECD says, in the grid, in the geographic grid of education. And what do you need to do? What are the policy solutions to move forward? This is again a kind of a promise of big data to move you forward. I was in a conference a couple of months ago where somebody was speaking, giving a presentation about the future of education, and one of the main arguments was that in the future the schools will gradually disappear, but education will not, because the education, what the teachers and schools are doing, will be gradually replaced by smart machines. Just think about it. I disagree with that thing. I think it's not going to happen very quickly, but it's an argument that is going to be around more and more when we are in meetings like this. Now, one thing that we need to really pay attention to, and this is probably one of the first of those things as educators, when we think about big data and all these solutions that come with it, is to make a distinction between correlation and causation. You know, data mining and learning analytics, what these algorithms often do is to try to identify correlations. In other words, whether the events and things are occurring, happening at the same time or not, and whether there's some type of relationship over there. I'm going to show you this. Some people have seen this already, but this is one of my favorite correlation causation examples, and it's a very important one as well. And it comes from the OECD PISA data, and this is something that we couldn't really do and talk about without having this international comparative information available. So what I'm showing you here is basically the question that is there any connection between educational excellence or quality of learning outcomes and the equity, the fairness of the education system, right? So you see the equity here on the horizontal line, and when we move from left to right over there, it means that the systems of education become more equitable. I'm going to show you a number of education systems here, and the further right you are over there, the more equity there is within the system, meaning that those education systems are able to cope and deal with the inequalities that children bring to school every day, okay? So everybody would like to be there, right? Because it means that anybody can be successful. Your family background does not explain that much of the school success. And when you go up in the chart, it means that the learning outcomes in reading, math, and science that is measured is going to be better, right? So this is the average of these two variables that we are examining here, whether there's any type of relationship with the equity and quality. And once again, just to make sure that everybody is on board with this, if your country is here in this red area, it means that you have a double trouble. So in your system, you have lower than average learning outcomes, and you have less equity than other countries on average, right? If you're there, it means that your learning outcomes are better than average, but you have an issue with equity. There we have education systems where they are equitable but lower quality. And this green zone is, of course, where anybody in this room or any minister, any leader would like to see her or his education system being. Strong equity, schools are dealing and coping with with all types of different children with their backgrounds, and kids are doing well in reading, math, and science. Okay? Let me take this away and show you some. This is not the most recent data. This is the numbers from 2012 PISA and what the OECD PISA can do. And this is quite interesting, actually. So we are in the Netherlands. You know, the Netherlands is almost like Canada in many ways. This country is doing amazingly well, given that the big part of the population in this country live under the sea level. In most other countries, if you're under sea level, you're dead. But in Netherlands, many things are doing very, very well, particularly when it comes to children, their health and well-being and education, many other things. So this is where the Netherlands is in this map. So this country is one of those examples where the equity and quality meet simultaneously. This is the United States, this is UK, Australia. So if you are English-speaking nation, you are doomed to be an average educationally. So learn another language, folks. Learn another language. Like somebody asked me that, how do you call the person who speaks 2 languages? And I said it must be a bilingual. How about somebody who only speaks 1 language? I said, I have no idea. The answer was American. Anyway, so this is Canada. I look at Canada. Canada is a kind of a combination of all the provinces and territories that take part in this study. Canada is extremely well. That's why people often say that we need more Canada. When you listen to Maggie, you heard that there are many things in Canada and any country that needs to be improved and done better. But I think Canada, for me, represents something that is a very unique and a good example when it comes to education. I often say that Canada is doing so well in education that Canada is in heaven. Maggie may disagree with me a little bit with this, but for me as a Finn who lives in the same type of latitude in the world, Canada represents a heaven. Here are these other countries, South Korea, Japan, Finland, Estonia, and then the other OECD countries that take part in this well-known program for international student assessment. And you will see something interesting. I'm not going to go into the details here, but you will see if you have done your statistics at some point of your life in school or college or university, you will see that there's a correlation there, right? That these flags, these countries are not, all over the place, but they seem to be somehow, around the line. That is not line here. Actually, this is it's like a zigzag, because I was thinking that it's more like a stairway to heaven. You remember this song? It goes something like this.
There's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold, and she's buying the stairway to heaven.
But we need to remember that this is. We don't know anything about how the equity and quality here are related. We only know that they seem to happen simultaneously in many of these countries, but we do not know whether there's a relationship between those 2 things that would be a causal, whether quality of education, learning outcomes would actually cause the equity or other way around. We don't know that. Often people don't realize that. They just move forward with the correlations, and that's where the mistakes take place. Some of those countries that we often envy, the Southeast Asian education systems, our cities, are over there. And now let me pay a final tribute to the Netherlands. The Netherlands is doing very well in education. The Dutch are just on the top of the stairway, right? And I do a lot of work here in the Netherlands. Somebody, when I was showing this to principals and teachers, they said that, so are you telling me that the Dutch are so close to heaven that they are knocking on heaven's door? And I got this idea that this is great, because I really love music, and I think we all love music, right? So that's why I'm going to ask you to join me singing, knocking on heaven's door, okay? Are you ready for that? Because I want to hear how you sing. So you have a chance to do it 4 times. Now get ready. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Louder. You can do much better than this. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Beautiful. Raise your hand and sing with me one more time. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Now, both of your hands. This is the last time. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven. Wow. I love you, people. I really love you. Okay, so remember the stairway to heaven, but also keep in mind that this big data we see here only gives us correlation in this stuff. We don't know anything else. If you're not careful with the causal and correlational relationship, you can also conclude, like the economist did a year ago, is that if you eat more ice cream, it will improve your PISA results. right? Because there is a correlation between ice cream consumption and how well children do in the OECD PISA study. So just give them more ice cream and things will improve. We need to be careful. So few words about small data, and then I'm going to close what I have to say. Because I think that my view is that, first of all, there's nothing new in small data when it comes to education, the work of teachers. We have always done that. But we need to create a narrative so that we can use the language and explain what small data is and why it's equally important, or maybe even more important than big data in helping schools and teachers to do what they are supposed to do. So that's why we need to be kind of a little bit more precise what we are talking about. So the small data is not as a term, it's not very old. It was probably made most well known by the Danish management consultant and expert called Martin Lindström. He wrote a book about a year ago called Small Data. It's a nice little book about what the small data does and is in business, in the world of business. Very nice examples of how big data often fails businesses and management. So Lindström says that small data is basically about tiny clues. There often these clues are hidden in the real life that can reveal and lead to big change. Okay, the big data book is full of these examples. But in the life of schools, this means that we have a lot of things in our classrooms and schools and communities that the big data measurements, whether it's a standardized test or survey or whatever it is, will never be able to reveal. And therefore, we have to have a different type of perspective, a point of view to things in our classrooms. I think that more we rely on big data measurements, the tests and other things, the more difficult it will be to really understand and see those tiny little clues in our schools. And therefore, that's why it's a particularly important. I had people often ask me that, what does the small data look like? To give me an example, what is a good kind of an illustration of the small data? This picture is from one of the schools in northwestern part of New South Wales in Australia. And this gentleman in the middle there was a former Minister of Education there called Adrian Piccoli. And he took me to a trip in his province for a week to see what the schools are doing. And when he went to the school, this is what he always did. The first thing, he went to sit with the kids. In this time, he's sitting there in the middle of the kids on the floor, and he wanted to be part of the learning community in the classroom. And he often spent the whole class, like 45 minutes, just to try to understand what the kids are saying, how they feel, what they do when they are learning things. And he did this in every school, in every classroom for a week. And I asked him that, how much of your time do you spend to do that? And he said, about one third of my entire working time, I do exactly this thing. And then I realized that I said to Adrian, this for me is a perfect example what the small data looks like. It's something that you have to be part of and listen and feel what is going on. And so Adrian is is probably one of the best examples of small data leaders for me. Now, at the time when I was in Australia a few months ago, in the fall, there was an article in a newspaper about how small data is coming to the healthcare also in Australia, exactly for the same reasons that big data is often failing to understand and predict what's going on in people's health, that we need another approach. And healthcare people have the same challenge that we educators, that the big data and smart machines are taking over the work of the nurses and doctors, and they're using algorithms to try to understand what is the best way to keep your health. Okay, so we need to also communicate very clearly that if we want to understand causal relationships in our schools and classrooms, in other words, whether something is affecting or causing better learning or worse learning, we need small data for that. Big data is not going to do that, and that's one of the most powerful arguments that we could have. That if we want to understand what works in school, we need small data. Big data is not going to be helpful for that. So I have an example from my own work. I used to teach math and science for many years. And one of the questions I had early on when I was a young teacher of mathematics in the middle school, because I loved mathematics. But I couldn't understand why everybody else, why those kids who were 11 and 12, why they didn't see mathematics in the same way as I did. Actually, most of my students, they hated mathematics. They were afraid of math, and I never could understand why it happened. And I can tell you one thing, that it doesn't matter how much big data you have, how much you test and measure these kids, it doesn't help you to understand this question, why children don't like mathematics, why they are afraid of it, why they are not interested in doing mathematics. Now, how many of you, raise your hand if you like mathematics? Good. Oh, wonderful. Raise your hand if you think that you are good in mathematics. The same people. It should be same people, right? Okay. Now, the good news is that I'm going to do a test for you. It's a very simple, it's a test that I normally do with my 6th graders back home. So kids who are about 12. Okay? Are you ready for this? It's a very simple thing. What you need to do is, I'm going to show you some numbers here. And you can do this even, if you have a translation. This is going to be a very simple English, so you can join us. So you're going to see numbers here. When you see the first number appearing here, the only thing you need to do is to shout it out. Okay? Shout the number out as loudly as you can. Are you with me? Can you hear me? Okay, so shout it out. When you see another number appearing here, you add that number to the previous one. Okay? You add that number to what you said previously. And then when you see the third number, now it's getting complicated, third number appearing, you add the third number to what you just said before. And if everything goes fine, around 2:30 we should be done. Are you ready? No, are you ready? Yes. Okay, let's see how this goes. 1, 2, 3, and loudly. No. Is this a chapel? Or the classroom? Now think about it. You are supporting your ice hockey team, Phil, or football team, or whatever your sport is, and your team is just a tiny little bit behind. And your team is begging for your support. Okay? So this is how seriously you have to take this. Okay? Don't be afraid of shouting loudly, everybody. Even if you're a Spanish speaker or French or whatever you are, just you can use your own language. Okay? Are you ready? No, I said, are you ready? Yes. 1, 2, 3, loudly. Louder. Louder. All right. Okay, let me ask you once again, how many of you are good in mathematics? 3 people, very good. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna, you don't need to take a picture of this, I'll tweet this for you, this page, so you can take your smartphone and do your mathematics. But I heard many people saying 5,000, so that's fine. It's okay, it's good to make mistakes. Are you ready? Can I move to the next one, or you're still calculating? Okay. Now, let me get back to this question of why some children find it difficult to learn mathematics, and what has been a kind of one of the biggest small data understandings or experiences in my own life as a teacher. I started to think about questions like, what do my students think when they think about mathematics? Or even more, what do they think? What do they see when they think about a mathematician at work? Right? What does it look like when a mathematician is at work? So I started to collect data. And this is the only only way to do that is to use a small data methods. Go to the children and ask them to, talk about it or write about it. But what I ask them to do systematically always, when I had a new class of kids, is I asked them to draw a picture, an image of a mathematician. That's a small data method. So I asked these kids, who were normally about 12 or 13 years old, to draw me a picture in the class of a mathematician. And then I collected their pictures and often illustrations and descriptions, and I tried to understand what are these children thinking when they are thinking about a mathematician or mathematics. And this was the turning point in my life as a teacher of mathematics, because I understood that if the images are not compatible with the reality, we have a problem there. I'm going to show you one. This is just one example. I collected thousands of illustrations for research purposes, and we published a book about this about 15 years ago, where we asked children in different countries to do exactly the same thing. And this is a very common. There were many illustrations like this, but this includes many of those things. So this was a 11 years old boy who drew this image of a mathematician. Just look at this. Untidy, hair is all over the place, there are holes in the pants are too short, and all sorts of other things. And the same guy, same person, same student, gave a kind of a description that is something like this, that mathematician is usually a fat male, okay? Unstylish. No friends except other mathematicians. No romantic relationships or social life at all. Wrinkles in their forehead because they have been thinking so hard, okay? And very short tempers. So this was a small data that I was collecting every year from my students. And I understood very quickly that if somebody really thinks and believes that this is what mathematicians are, this is what they do, there's no way that this person is going to be a mathematician. Or, in many cases, there's no way that this child will be even interested in things like mathematics. So what the small data can do here is to help us to understand this tiny little clue that in this case was the belief of the child or pupil of what mathematician is and what mathematicians do. And that helped me to try to change these beliefs and images actively. For example, showing what mathematicians do for life. I often brought a female mathematician in my class from the insurance company or somewhere else to show and tell these kids what she is doing. That changes everything. The whole idea of what mathematics is all about. So for me, this is a very good, important example of small data. There are many others, but let's move to the close. So what do we do? What could we do next? I have three things for you. First is that I think, and you are very important people, just like Maggie was saying, that you are the people who can make things change and move. So I have three things for you. One is that I think we could actively talk about small data as not as a kind of a replacement of big data. That's something that we need also together with the big data that will help in many cases, not always, but in many cases it's helpful. But we need to understand the limits. But something we need as teachers and as a profession is small data. And some of those things, I show these very quickly because these are obvious things for you that we can use as a building this narrative is that we just show what are the difference, how these two things are different, small data and big data. It's about the size, it's about who is handling, who is responsible for doing these things. It's about correlations and causations, be very clear about that. Big data is often using schools as objects where the data is collected. For small data, schools are doing that and teachers are collecting this data. Big data is about algorithms and analytics, as I said earlier. Small data is about collective human judgment that teachers and people do collectively together. And big data is often about trying to see what happens next. And small data, in this case, for example, is to understand what is happening right now. So these are the things that we could use as a basis for illustration. Then the other one, of course, is to begin to use small data more actively in teachers' work. And there are many things. One of the best ways that teachers can do to emphasize the importance of small data in their work is to use more authentic assessments in their work. The things that we used to do 20 years or 30 years ago. I saw a statistics from the United States that shows that 1/3 of the teachers' time today in American schools goes to somehow, one way or the other, to data. It's about testing, it's about meetings, data meetings, or it's often about meetings about data meetings. So teachers use a lot of time on this kind of a data type of thing, and we need to make sure that teachers have time to get back to the authentic assessments, portfolios, formative assessments, and all those tools that are actually small data facilities. Be aware of the tiny little details. This is another, it's more about changing the mindset. If you're an education leader, do what Adrian is doing. Go and sit with the teachers and students and try to understand these tiny little things that you often ignore if you have a kind of a big data classes on your eyes. And enhance collaborative practices in schools. Conversation is often the best way to have small data at your disposal in schools and districts. Make sure that you have time to engage in conversations. And finally, lastly, this is something I have used for a while now when thinking and talking about the small data, is that one thing is for sure, and it is going to happen. Just going back to this Intel and Ed companies' ideas, that if you don't lead with small data, somebody will lead you by big data. It's as simple like this. So if we just keep on ignoring this thing, the big data, unfortunately, is going to be winner in the end. But I think we have a power to change the conversation and bring a new narrative. That is the power of small data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pasi. I think we just go to break and then come back, and then on the panel we can take some questions.
Wonderful.
Too.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everyone. You've earned a break, but I think it was worth it. Stretching. Yeah? Good. We'll come back at 11:30 and then commence with the next panel where you get a chance to also engage more with Pasi and some of the others. So thank you very much. Please take your seats. Thank you. So we're all feeling up after a great morning. We have about 50 minutes. We're not going to use the full hour and a half here because we are going to try to end on time or thereabouts. But this session is going to dig deeper into the conversations that we were having at the end of the day yesterday. But we're going to start specifically with some cases and some reflections from individuals, people who are really taking the work of looking at at guidelines and professional standards and leading the profession in their context, and talk a little bit about what that's been like. And to lead this panel discussion, and it will open to questions, is someone that I had the honor of introducing at the beginning of the conference, President of Education International, Susan Hopgood. Over to you, Susan. Thank you.
Thanks, David, and welcome everybody to this session. It's a very important session because, as David said, it gives us an opportunity to explore further some of the issues that we've been talking about over the 3 days, and to perhaps look at them from different regional perspectives in some respects, and country perspectives, and also to hear from UNESCO and how they see their role in working with us on this. You know, we've been talking around the development of global guidelines for professional teaching standards, and let me just remind you, of course, at the beginning of the conference, I outlined that's what we were working to achieve. You know, we wanted to achieve the way in which we could develop, the need to develop national standards, to ensure that teachers have the space to be involved and to do that. And also, though, and very importantly, that notion that at an international level, at a global level, we have a collective responsibility to develop guidelines to enable the development of professional standards at the national level. Of course, you know, we know why. We don't need to keep reminding us that the agenda, too often there are other people who want to set the agenda for us, and I think there have been many times over the last 3 days, people have reminded us over and over and over that if we don't set the agenda, someone else will, and it will be their agenda, and we'll be responding to it. And we're already finding ourselves doing so. We're fighting back on the neoliberal agenda of markets, of privatisation, of commodification of education, the impact that's having on teacher workloads, the effect it's having on our need to have qualified teachers with increasingly unqualified teachers. Already we know that in some places standards are being developed by others for purposes which are not about developing a teaching profession, because in the end that's what all this is about. It's about a discussion about what is a teacher. It's about a discussion about what is a good teacher. It's about a discussion about what is a teaching profession and how do we ensure that the teaching profession is involved in all of those. So we've got a fantastic panel this morning, and we've got reduced time. So that's a bit sad, really, because you know, I know that there's lots here for us to discuss, and if we have a little bit of time, we might go to the audience, but we'll have to see how we go. So I'm going to go to Larry first, and ask you, Larry, to tell us about the profession, the development of standards in Scotland. And really, if you could actually tell us about how the standards have strengthened the profession in Scotland, and very specifically, what role has the union played in supporting this? Thanks, Larry.
Thanks very much, Susan. Good morning, colleagues. Just before I talk about our General Teaching Council and the role it plays around standards, just a slight caveat. Teachers in Scotland face excessive workload, are underpaid, and have to address the challenge of social deprivation and its impact on education. So I don't want to give the impression that everything is fine in Scotland because we've got some things right. We're not in Pasi's educational heaven in terms of what teachers face, but we do have a fairly positive framework in which teachers operate. One, because we have progressive education policy as the norm, and we also have a General Teaching Council which oversees professional standards. And this General Teaching Council has been there since the mid-1960s. And interestingly, it was brought about when members of my union, the Educational Institute of Scotland, took strike action in protest at the increasing numbers of unqualified teachers who were entering the profession in the 1950s. And we had the General Teaching Council set up as a consequence, and it oversees the standards. Now, the basic premise is you cannot teach in Scottish schools unless you are registered with the General Teaching Council for Scotland. Previously, you could teach in the private sector without being registered, but actually the government is introducing legislation so that even the private sector, you have to be registered with the General Teaching Council. And that means, for example, in Scotland, we don't have Teach First. We don't have unqualified teachers in our classroom. If you don't meet the standard for full registration, you will not work in a Scottish school. And that's a real strength, because Teach First have been beaten down the door of our politicians to try and get into Scotland. The unions have all opposed them, but the real deciding factor has been the opposition of the General Teaching Council, because they don't accept Teach First as qualified status in terms of teachers. So the General Teaching Council oversees the universities in terms of their initial teacher education programmes. It oversees what's called the induction year, where new teachers are given a guaranteed year as part of their training in a school, and it oversees the professional standards that apply across the country. And there are three standards. Standard for full registration, which is the only compulsory standard for all teachers. There's a standard for career-long professional development, which is essentially a framework to support ongoing professional learning, and a standard for leadership and management, which is largely around people in formal positions. Alongside that, in Scotland, part of the contractual arrangement is that teachers have an entitlement to professional learning, and that professional learning is carried out on an ongoing basis, and it is reviewed at a school level by a line manager or a peer. And once every 5 years, the teacher concerned and the line manager have to co-sign a piece of paper which says that you have engaged in professional learning as part of your day-to-day activities. And that keeps you registered with the General Teaching Council. So the standards, I think, have been particularly important around defining the professional nature of the teacher's role. We had a full engagement as a trade union with the standards, because we have a kind of open dialogue in relation to the General Teaching Council. But more importantly, the General Teaching Council is governed by a council, the majority of whom by law have to be elected teachers. And every teacher who's on the register gets to vote in those elections. And my own union will endorse candidates to make sure that the union input is part of the discussion. I can't remember in my 33 years teaching the convener of the General Teaching Council being anything other than a trade unionist. So there's a huge influence there, both internally within the General Teaching Council and in terms of the dialogue between the unions and the Teaching Council. And the last point, Susan, I think, is the standards encompass what's required to be considered a professional teacher in Scotland. So it's about knowledge and skills in terms of classroom practice. It's about commitment to ongoing professional development. But interestingly, all of our standards open with a statement of values. So one of the key issues is that you have to be committed, for example, to social justice. That's the first statement in our statement of values. That to be a teacher in Scotland, you have to be committed to tackling inequity in whichever form it takes. You have to be committed to being respectful of colleagues and students. You have to be committed to demonstrating integrity in your practice. And all of that underpins the day-to-day teaching, the pedagogical approaches that are part of the standards. So we are very comfortable as a trade union with the professional standards because from our point of view, they do actually operate as a safeguard around ensuring that in our schools, teachers are highly qualified, well-respected professionals operating in a positive environment in terms of the values that underpin the work that teachers do.
Thanks, Larry. You might say that all is not perfect in Scotland, but certainly the way you describe the standards and the way the standards have ensured that Teach First, many of us know it is Teach for, Teach for Australia, we have Teach for America and so on, have not actually been able to infiltrate in Scotland is a very good example of the importance of those standards. We've actually just heard today, interesting, I don't know if you've heard, but apparently somebody in the Scottish Parliament was watching the feed of our conference over the last couple of days and as a result asked a question in the Parliament about something that Andy Hargreaves had actually said. So this conference is influencing everywhere, which is great news. Let's go to Finland. We've heard from Pasi this morning, and I'm sure I know that many of you would like to sort of explore some of the issues that he's already spoken about. But I'm going to ask him a very specific question to start off with, Pasi. As I understand it, that in Finland there's been a code of ethics developed. You might like to describe that. How was it developed? There was a bit of discussion yesterday in that last session. I think it was from the from our Icelandic colleagues who talked about the their code of ethics. It is aspirational, but not about professional standards. So it's interesting about how these work together. What is the connection between the notion of a code of ethics standard? How does that work? And perhaps you could just tell us how that in Finland. How do you see teachers have helped define that, and how does that help teachers in their work and in the profession?
Sure, thank you, Susan. Let me check first, is there anybody from the Finnish trade union here? Two, okay. Siellä, okay. Oletteko te ollut mukana tässä Komeniuksen valan tekemisessä? I think it's, I can say something, but because these people have been actually working on the Comenius oath, it's probably better to hear directly from you what you have to say about that. Mm-hmm. But let me just kind of as an introduction to this question. One thing is that we heard about the teaching standards in Scotland and many other places. In Finland, during since the standard concept appeared in education about 30 years ago, we have always been a kind of a reluctant to even get into the kind of a conversation that how do we translate a standard into Finnish language. And we don't have really, if you look at the teacher association narratives or texts or any formal policy text, we are not really using the standard. We don't think about teaching and learning and education through standards. That it's more about creating common frameworks and common understanding what should be done. And this teacher thing is exactly the same way. You probably say a little bit more about that, but we started about maybe 20 years ago to talk about the ethics, the kind of an ethical code for different professions, and we have for a long time in Finland tried to convince people, the general public, that teaching is a profession at a similar level as medicine or law or many other things. And in medicine, medical doctors they give the Hippocratic oath before they can serve as a practice, and lawyers have their own thing. But teachers didn't have anything like this, and I think the kind of alternative in Finland, rather than do what most other countries have done, is to kind of create a standard, teaching standard or professional standards. I think the Trade Union of Education, the colleagues who are here, decided to go for a kind of a similar oath that the other professions have, maybe also to indicate that teaching really likes to be at the same level. For those of you who don't know how the trade union or teacher union or the whole landscape of unions in Finland operate, is that this Trade Union of Education is under the Confederation of academic professionals in Finland, where the medical doctors and lawyers and others as well. So that's a kind of a motivation to think about the teaching standards, the same thing that we heard from Scotland through the kind of a same type of logic than the other professions have. So that's why my colleagues here, we have an annual education fair in every January, and I think it was the first time this year when this so-called Comenius oath that teachers can take to commit themselves to ethical and professional principles. But can I ask one of you if you want to say a little bit more about how did it come about and what's your experience on that? And the only detail I know that anybody who has done the oath can actually take the oath from somebody else. So it's a kind of a grassroots movement within the community rather than a kind of a
Is there someone from OIG? There's someone standing behind you with a microphone if you'd like to speak.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Nina Lahtinen and I'm from OHA. Because we have only a short period of time, if you want, we have this oath also in English. You can bring your cards on my desk here and we can send it through the email to you so you can have it, the English version. We have this ethical council and it was made in that teachers' ethical council, the oath was made. And we also have the norms that protect teachers' qualification norms, but we would like to have kind of the same system as Scotland. We would like to have a register for teachers. That's something we don't have. But we don't want the standards. We believe that we trust our teachers, and if we have the trust, we don't need the standards. And if we don't have the trust, then the standards can cause problems, like we heard yesterday, that there was a teacher who drew the pen and had to go to the court because of that. So we try to do things that build the trust instead of standards.
It's a great answer, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Pasi, do you want to add any more at this point? Pasi, did you want to add any more at this point?
No, I think that this is a wonderful way to close this answer to the trust thing, and that's something that is fairly difficult to understand for anybody who hasn't been in Finland. But if you spend a week, go to schools and speak with educators and policymakers and parents and others, you quickly understand that Finland is a very different place in terms of this trust, that we have much more social capital and trust that often comes with it in the country than many other places, and therefore we have a kind of a luxury to do things like the Comenius oath or ethical code for teachers, rather than having a formal established standards. Thank you.
And that connection between that and, as Larry has described, the statement of values that you have in Scotland are very similar. But it does go to the question, I think, and we of course explored this yesterday, about how we see standards, what are the purpose of the standards, whether actually the standards are actually describing us as a profession, which of course is, I think, as I understand, as you've described in Finland, it's very much part of ensuring that people see teaching as an ethical profession, and that's important. Well, can we now go to Canada? Can we go to Canada, Carol? And I'm sorry, I've been really remiss because I've just assumed everybody's got their agenda in front of you, and you know who I'm introducing. So I apologise if you don't, because we've heard from Larry Flanagan from EIS. Of course, you've had Pasi introduced to you already, and I'm now going to ask Carol Campbell, who is from the University of Toronto in Canada, to explore some of the issues. And Carol, what I'd like you to just sort of address is the question about what does the research tell us about the relationship between professional learning in Canada and the standards, because there are standards we've heard about, Alberta, Ontario and others, We know all the states are different, but perhaps you could talk about that relationship between the two, professional learning and standards. Thanks, Carol.
Thank you, Susan. So for some of you, you'll realize I actually sound more like Larry than Canada. And when I was coming up on stage, Dave said to me, remember, you're Team Canada. So I'm a proud Scot, but I'm also a Canadian. I've been in Canada for 12 years, and the Canadian Teachers Federation and delegations are here from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia as well. So I'm proud to talk about the work that we've been involved in Canada. And there are some parallels to Scotland in that in Canada it's largely a public education system, not exclusively, but 95% of our young people are in the publicly funded education system. And teaching is generally held in high regard. There's high standards around initial teacher education and entry into the teaching profession and support for teaching and teachers. However, there are 10 provinces and 3 territories, and they differ, so there is no one Canadian education system. And you heard from Maggie MacDonnell this morning, you know, a very extreme experience in the Arctic with Inuit students. So one of the issues is when we talk about a Canadian education system is all of the diversity, and then of course for Education International with 170 countries and territories. So when we talk about standards in Canada, they are different in each province and each territory, and I think that's important to remember. They vary in their content, but mostly they're sort of aspirational standards. So if I talk about Ontario, the province that I'm based in, you know, our standards are standards of practice and also ethical standards. And the standards of practice are commitment to students and student learning, professional knowledge, professional practice, leadership in learning communities, and ongoing professional learning. And the ethical standards are care, respect, trust, and integrity. Well, I don't really think you can argue with those standards. We're not going to say that we wouldn't commit to those standards. So the piece becomes more around the implementations, because I think across Canada there are shared principles for professional learning around the importance of mainly university level teacher education. There is a Teach for Canada. It's 2 people trying to bring it in. It's being resisted very strongly. There's support for mentorship and induction and work through all of those pieces. So commitments to equity and professional judgment, thinking around how we support their teachers in our classrooms and across our classrooms. But the piece that varies, and I think is worth considering for this dialogue, is the implementation piece, because I say the standards are quite aspirational, but the variation is in how they're implemented and who implements them with what consequences. So in Ontario, the standards were introduced 20 years ago under a right-wing government around regulation of the teaching profession. Now that has changed, but the fact that it's a regulatory body rather than the professional body makes a difference. So when we say that we want teachers, and through Education International, teachers to lead the standards, you know, our regulatory body are appointed teachers, but it's not the teaching profession. And I think that matters. So the piece around how that has varied, and we heard some of those examples from Diane and others yesterday. So I think when we talk about standards, I think the language of standards is problematic in an international context. You know, you look at Maggie, and the last thing Maggie is standard. She's magnificent. So we want that uniqueness to come through. And we want the piece around, you know, for me, the key thing is sharing our practice. Professionals sharing our practice, sharing our knowledge, sharing our professionalism. There are plenty of people and organizations who want to tell us what the standards should be. I think what we need to do is champion who we are as a profession already and talk about what we're doing in an informational way, and then use that to influence the current and future teaching generation. And on the research, you know, it's very clear that engaging in professional learning linked to aspirations for teaching is important, and for me it's an equity issue. We have concerns about inequities in access to quality professional learning, and that's in Canada, and of course in some other countries that's even more pronounced. So teachers' professional learning matters as much as students' professional learning, and that has to be valued, and we have to champion that for public education.
Okay. Thanks, Carol. I think that those points that you raise about, I mean, there is, we can easily sort of have a fear about a standard being a sort of a push down, really, rather than a aspirational lifting up. And I think it raises a whole lot of questions for us in terms of our work in developing, if you like, guidelines for the development of such standards. So I think those points are very, very important. Can I now go to Edom? Can I welcome you, Edom Adubra from UNESCO? He's been with us for the last 3 days, which is great. And I'm going to ask you to just have a think and reflect about the importance of the 1966 recommendation on the status of teachers, a very important recommendation for us, of course, and the way that we've been able to use it to lift the status of teachers around the world, but also to ensure that when those governments, in fact, don't want to, they want to violate, if you like, those rights, we can actually use it as well. So I'd be interested to hear about how you believe that the recommendation on the status of teachers can be used to underline teachers' status and their ability to operate as autonomous professionals, but also what role UNESCO can play to ensure that, you know, in the development of professional standards at for example, a national level, then teachers, that we're ensuring that teachers are at the centre of the development of such standards.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to congratulate EI for bringing together the brains and the heart that we have witnessed in these last couple of days. You are right bringing in this recommendation on the status of teachers, 1966 recommendation, but there is also the 1997 recommendation on higher education personnel, which for us are two complementary recommendations that we implement jointly with ILO. It is very important also to, after listening to Maggie, for example, this morning, to see how what we like at classroom level, connection with students. We are talking about that, and then we move to UNESCO, a global organization, and then which might seem remote from the realities of teachers and teaching context. It's that challenge that we try to address by focusing on listening to what the stakeholders are telling us and what the systems are telling us. I've listened to people here, and I will say that despite the commonality of the profession around the globe, educational systems vary. And the perception of teachers, we say it's declining globally, but some contexts suffer more of the deterioration of the profession, the perception of the profession. I would have liked to hear more from our participant here from the Global South, talking about how standards translate into the new recognition of the teaching profession. But we had some in the workshops. And to come back to the question about the recommendation, last year we commemorated the 50th anniversary of the 96 recommendation. And one thing that Fred said on the occasion in Paris, which we take seriously, is that this is the most kept secret. The recommendations are there, and we celebrated them last year saying that they are still valid, relevant for implementing Education 2030 agenda. But in our educational systems, both government and teachers and their unions do not always know the provisions within this recommendation. So the first thing that we need to all contribute to doing is to let the provisions of the recommendation known by a larger constituency of stakeholders so that we do not reinvent the wheel, but when we adapt or we create our standards, we know that there is an umbrella, a well thought out framework that was established 50 years ago, which map out the roles and responsibilities of teachers, their unions, but also their employers and government. So that's the most essential thing that we need to do. Unfortunately, the recommendations are recommendations. They are not a convention. So we cannot compel. They are not compelling. There is no compulsion in implementing them. Yet, UNESCO and ILO have established a monitoring body. We call it the Committee of Experts on the Application of the Recommendation Concerning Teachers, CEART. And I'm glad to see that on my left, we have Beatriz Avalos, who is a long-standing member of the CEART. This group of experts representing various dimensions of the recommendation meet every 3 years to see what progress have occurred in the profession and how the recommendations have been monitored. There is one important mechanism in the recommendation, in the CEART work, which is the allegation committee. The allegation committee looks at deviation that teacher unions report to the CEART for consideration. And we have had several allegations reported. Unfortunately, I would still say, since it is recommendation, not a convention, these allegations come from systems which some of us will look upon as the ones respecting most the profession. And the situations where teachers, from their working condition to their training, their support, suffer a huge gap from their employers, how they are prepared, how they are equipped, how working conditions are provided for them to be able to deliver and take care of the kids. Like Maggie, passionate about their work, they lack all those things. And even when they have their right to express, they are not always listened to. But unfortunately, teachers from those contexts, for lack of knowledge about the existence of the recommendation, do not even report to the CEART for consideration. And when allegations reach the CEART, what we do is we submit the allegation to the governing bodies of UNESCO and ILO, and there is a recommendation to monitor and then to look into the case and report back to the governing bodies. So there is a system of at least forging dialogue between the union and then the government. And that will be the strongest message for us. What we have seen here and heard here is the need for dialogue, the need for supporting constructive dialogue among teachers and their employers, whether it is on the setting up of standard or in the application of the standard, the monitoring of the standard. We are not talking about standardization. We talk about standards, of course. We need the teacher's voice. The way Education International has participated in the process that has led to the adoption of the SDGs, we want that to happen at country level. We want unions, teachers and their representatives to be able to sit at the table when decisions about the sector, the educational sector, teachers are being adopted. And we, development partners, we sometimes fail to support that process. Our entry point is the Ministry of Education or government. And we do not take the time to analyze what the stakeholders at country level are, how they could contribute to the successful implementation of the program that we develop with the ministries of education. And there is a good project supported by Global Partnership for Education that is trying to address this gap. We have just completed the implementation of that process in Sub-Saharan Africa, whereby GPE gave money to UNESCO and Education International to support teachers and their representatives to participate in social dialogue about education sector planning. And that is something we want to take forward. Last but not least, I will mention the opportunity created by the establishment of the International Task Force on Teachers. It is significant that the governing body of this global alliance of willing partners only has 3 permanent members in its steering committee. We have UNESCO, because the Secretariat is located at UNESCO, and because of the global role of UNESCO in addressing education. We have Education International, and then we have Global Partnership of Education, because we need resources, we need financial resources to also address these issues. So, to wrap up, I will say that UNESCO is proud, and the Director General's message this morning said it, to be able to work hand in hand with Education International to look at what can contribute to making sure that teachers are well-trained, professionally recruited, motivated, and then the governing system within the operate effectively and is efficient. So that's the message of UNESCO to this meeting, and we are united with you in this work towards quality education for all.
Well, thanks. Am I on? Thank you very much for those words, and if we get time to have some discussion, there might be some responses, I think, from the audience in relation to the issues that you raise. I mean, for us, UNESCO, of course, is such an important partner, and so we appreciate that. Beatrice, you're from the University of Chile, Beatrice Avalos, and of course I'm going to ask you about your country. I mean, somebody said in the last 3 days, I think that Chile was the worst example, did they say? The worst example of privatisation of a system. But the good news is that you've started the slow path to recovery from privatisation. So I think it would be good if we could hear from you about what role you see that the development of national professional standards for teachers would help or will help in that recovery period.
Okay, I think the first issue, in a way, was raised yesterday. Somehow the word standards is linked to measurement. And in its origins, in Chile, we have a system. We don't call it standards, we call it the framework for good teaching. But in its origins, it was linked to the decision that the Ministry of Education, together with the teachers at the time and also the administrators of schools, took that they would establish an evaluation for teachers. So that is, there's always a tension between the concept of evaluating or assessing how teachers are performing and and having something that would enable you to evaluate the teachers. So we don't use the word standards, and I understand that in English maybe the understanding is maybe you have 2 ways of seeing the word. But in any case, I think what is important is to have some description of what is required of a qualitatively good teacher, a professional teacher. And that description needs to sort of guide the whole process, both of teaching in schools and being responsible for schools or for leadership, but also the preparation of new teachers. Now, in Chile, we like to increase things. We have I think, in my view, we have a good framework, a generic framework of what I might call the descriptions of what is good teaching. And that framework has 4 areas. It looks at what teachers do before they enter the classroom. Now, there's preparation, looking at the curriculum, thinking of the children or the youngsters they're going to teach. It has to do also with creating a good school classroom climate. It has to do with actually teaching whatever you're teaching, your subject, and it also has to do with your professional work outside of the classroom, in the school, with parents, with other children. And that system has been in place in Chile for at least about 15 years, and it is now being revised, and there's been a long-standing, about 6 months discussion with teachers around the country, and they're just getting back the information, and I'm assuming that there will be a revised version. But in any case, if you keep a generic framework, you have an orientation. But once you begin to go into specific frameworks, which is also happening in our country, we have now, I don't know how many systems of standards for teacher education. Standards for the preparation of primary and secondary, standards for the preparation of specific subjects. So you have to be careful to establish, I think, and maintain a generic, this is my view, a generic framework of standards, and careful with the excess of other systems of standards that suddenly, take away the initiative, I would say the thinking of different ways of making the system, the preparation of teachers in this case, but also the actual teaching in schools have the amount of freedom that is necessary for good teaching. But I certainly think that one needs a framework. It is good for the profession to have a framework, and that framework can describe, and you have to discuss it with the teachers of the country, can describe what teachers think and consider in the line of their professional commitment are good forms of teaching and acting professionally in their surrounding areas of work.
So Beatrice, I'm interested in you describing that framework. I mean, framework's a good description. I think, in fact, our Spanish-speaking group yesterday came up with the idea that they would be dimensions. I think it was dimensions.
Yeah, we actually call the dimensions.
The dimensions rather than standards, and I agree that we should be really careful that we don't stop our progress of discussion on these matters simply because we can't agree about the right word, because of course words have different meanings in different languages and different cultures. But you talked about what exists in Chile in terms of the framework, if you like, around what is required in terms of preparation for teaching, as well as once a teacher enters the profession. What about the notion of ongoing professional support in that process?
Well, that's very important because it is linked, absolutely linked. If you're linking it to an evaluation, a system of teacher evaluation, the teacher evaluation against the framework will show areas that are strong in one, but others that are not so strong. And it is important to have in place opportunities for professional development that I hope, I'm always afraid of these big courses and stuff like that, but professional development is very much linked to what's going on in schools, in the classroom, in the areas that are of greater needs. And a lot of that happens through also teachers working together, collaborating, learning from each other. So yes, professional development is an important component.
Now, over to the audience, because we've got, everyone talks about that green clock, and I hadn't actually seen it until today. It's really bright green, and it's a big clock which is winding down.
I know.
So we've really got, according to this, 6 minutes and 25 seconds left. But I would like to provide the opportunity for some sort of response. We had terrific discussions yesterday afternoon, and you've had time to reflect on that discussion that we had, which was led by Yelma, about the notion of a framework, guidelines for the development of sort of global guidelines, if you like, for the development of national professional standards. What is the purpose of that? what we've heard this morning, how that advances. Is there anybody like to make any comment? And I did have a question of Andy Hargreaves if he's in the room, but I'm not sure if he's here. No? So would anybody like to is there anyone who'd like to ask either a question or make a comment about the issues that have been raised today, and thinking about what we said yesterday as well? Yes, over here.
Glenn Hansman from the British Columbia Teachers Federation in Canada. I'm wondering if one or two of the panelists could comment on implementation, because it's one thing to have standards or guidelines or dimensions, I like that nomenclature for it, but how a government picks it up and the degree to which a union or the profession is involved afterwards will color how the profession uses it, and will also perhaps take away from the aspirational aspects of these. Because certainly in jurisdictions where standards exist, they've been used quite punitively for everyday things that we would sort of expect to take place, or replace the sort of work that an employer, a school district as an employer might do, another layer of going after teachers. And yet, we feel very strongly that standards are very important for a profession to have. So I'm wondering if someone up there could talk about ethical implementation and how that might roll out in jurisdictions that perhaps haven't gone down this road yet.
A good point, and I think it came out yesterday too, that if we're going to develop global guidelines, you've got to talk also about implementation, how they can be implemented, who implements all of those questions. Yes, thanks, Larry.
I think that's a very important point. So the General Teaching Council for Scotland is legally independent of government and employers. It is funded entirely by teacher subscription. So it is not essentially a regulated body, although that's part of its function. And it's interesting, the UK government created a General Teaching Council for England a few years back. So you say General Teaching Council for Scotland, General Teaching Council for England, they sound the same. But the English one was part of an accountability agenda, and it was designed to discipline teachers. And it was actually disbanded because it wasn't dismissing enough teachers. Now, the General Teaching Council for Scotland does have a regulatory function, but that sits separately from the standards around the professional standards. It's called the Code of Professionalism and something else, COPAC, Professionalism and Conduct. So if you threw a rubber across the room and hit a pupil, you might end up in front of a fitness to teach panel. But that's a different agenda altogether from the standards, because the standards are essentially a framework for personal reflection. They're a framework for the threshold into the profession, and then an ongoing framework for self-evaluation and reflection against the continuing learning agenda. But I think the key is not what it's called, but how does it operate? And we are clear it has to be owned by the profession and be focused on pedagogy and teaching and learning and not conduct. That's a subset that's dealt with elsewhere. The danger, I think, is that we use words and don't mean the same thing because the practice is different.
Did somebody else want to comment? No? Do we have any other? Yes, we've got one over here. Yes, thanks very much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm Mike, NUT Nigeria. Yeah, first and foremost, let me appreciate AI for putting up this conference or workshop. There is no doubt that we have come here to share ideas, and education is a continuous process. And by the time we leave here, we must have left being different human beings reaching ourselves. I want to say that personally I'm enriched. I've had so much. But I'm worried about one issue, and I want to ask EI that question. Now, all the issues put up here had been from USA, Britain, Canada, Japan, France, Argentina, Scotland, UNESCO, Chile, etc. My worry is that I come from Africa. I have come here to share ideas. I want to find out, as we do comparison, why is it that there is no idea coming from the continent of Africa? I want to find out. Or don't we have anybody who could have given us a good example or bad examples of what is happening in Africa? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that question. We'll come back to it in a minute, but what I'm going to do, because I really, the clock, actually what I've discovered is that it just goes down and then starts again and goes down and starts again and goes down. So we could go here for a very long time, every 10 minutes it starts again. I can see there are 3 people who've had their hands up. I'm going to allow those 3 people to speak, then have final responses because we then have to go to the final session. And I think maybe, David, we'll ask you to address that issue in your final remarks, that we've had a question around the African the African involvement in our work. Yes? So one here, one at the back, and I haven't got any women, have I, who want to put up their hand? No, all right, one here. There's the 3. Okay, so we'll go here first, and then back there to Tom, and then back here.
Gracias. Bueno, soy Mario Aguilar, soy presidente del Colegio de Profesores de Chile. Y yo quiero decir que para nosotros definitivamente la palabra estándar no es una palabra adecuada para el quehacer pedagógico. No es una palabra que provenga de las ciencias de la educación, proviene de las ciencias económicas, proviene del mundo de la productividad, del mundo empresarial, es un concepto economicista. Y nosotros como gremio tuvimos el año pasado, el antepasado, perdón, el 2015, una huelga de 57 días, la segunda huelga más grande en la historia de Chile, justamente luchando contra una carrera docente que imponía la estandarización. Esa huelga consiguió moderar un poco esa carrera docente, esa estandarización del quehacer docente, moderarlo un poco, pero no consiguió completamente modificarlo. Y hoy día tenemos una carrera docente que los profesores no estamos conformes con ella porque se basa muy fuertemente en conceptos estandarizados. Porque finalmente cuando todo tiene que llevarse a un número, a una cifra cuantitativa, y según esa cifra cuantitativa que obtienes, tienes un nivel de salario u otro, entonces claramente todo se termina rigiendo por el estándar, rigiendo por la cifra, por el número, y no por una cosa cualitativa, como describía muy bien los compañeros del sindicato de Finlandia, que ellos dijeron recién, no queremos estándares, nosotros queremos ciertas definiciones éticas, ciertas definiciones cualitativas de lo que es el quehacer docente, pero no estándares. Y nosotros tenemos la experiencia de que tanto estudiantes como docentes, al ser sometidos a los estándares, finalmente terminamos convertidos en una cifra. Y todo es una cifra. Y ahí rige plenamente la ley de Campbell, el investigador social, que demostró que cuando las decisiones políticas o las decisiones sobre política o decisiones en cualquier materia que tengan un elemento cuantitativo como su elemento fundamental, distorsionan y corrompen esos procesos porque finalmente se trabaja únicamente para la cifra. Nosotros hicimos una consulta a nuestros compañeros docentes, colegas docentes, qué opinaban de la carrera basada en estándares, y un 97% la rechazó, no estuvo de acuerdo, y ahí se inició la huelga. Entonces yo alerto, porque nosotros tenemos la experiencia, a los demás compañeros y colegas de países, que la estandarización finalmente no lleva a un buen destino. No es un buen camino el camino de la estandarización en la educación, el camino es el camino que nos están mostrando en Finlandia, el camino de los conceptos éticos, o lo que nos dijo el colega de Escocia, que dice, el primer requisito para ser docente es tener conciencia social, es estar en favor de la justicia social. Eso es un concepto ético, es cualitativo. no es medible eso en términos simplemente cuantitativos. Y a mí me parece que esto es indispensable, que la Internacional de la Educación lo tome como un elemento central, el rechazo a la estandarización de la educación, tanto en estudiantes como en el quehacer docente. Eso, gracias.
Thanks very much. And once again, we raised that question of standardization versus standards, and I think it's an ongoing discussion. It was the question I was actually going to ask Andy Hargreaves to address. Now, it's now orange, okay? So I presume the next one is red. So we've got one speaker there. I'll just ask you to be brief, and then to Tom. Who's got the microphone? Tom. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Susan. My name's Tom Ligonarius. I am the chair of the equivalent body of the Quality Teaching Council in New South Wales, Australia. The population is about a third of Australia. I'm here with my union colleagues. I'm not an officer or a staff member of the union. I want to, but I'm a member, as my president just reminded me. I wanted to, it's important that we settle a couple of points in my view. Our model is very similar to the Scottish. We studied Scottish and implemented very similar things. But let's be clear. Unless we have common reference points that allow us to define what is effective and ethical practice, we don't have a profession. It's not possible to have a profession unless we have some language that goes to a description of what is a teacher, and inherent in the description of what is a teacher is language that goes to what is effective and ethical practice. Without that, we don't have a profession, so we may as well not have arrived. Secondly, it is crucially important that in conceiving of this further, we are all aware, and we recognise that we're all aware, of the flexibility that we must maintain with regard to both substance and language. Standards are not the, clearly, we all now, standards are not the word that are going to bring everyone into this discussion effectively. But as someone who's worked on standards, I don't care. I don't care if the word isn't standards. What I do care is that we find descriptions that allow a common reference point for professional engagement that in fact is inherent in being a profession. That was my key point, but I did want to highlight just one other thing, and that is in our jurisdiction, the description of what is effective and ethical practice led immediately to a reduction in workload for new teachers, to the appointment of new positions to support new teachers, to increases in pay for effective teachers without any quotas or any extra responsibilities, and to a discussion amongst teachers of what is effective teacher preparation. That was a function not only of the work that was done well, but it was done in a fused relationship with the teacher union. Thank you.
Okay. And thanks, Tom, and I do apologise, but I'm just not sure that we've got time for the third speaker, because you won't believe this, but it looks like it's about to explode. Everybody agrees? It's looking like any minute it's just going to go boom. Are there any, so I'm sorry, I really haven't got time to go back to everybody, but of the panel, is there, does anybody sort of have a burning desire to make a comment on what has just been said or add something? Yes, go.
If I may, as a teacher and former school principal too, I would like to say when you talk about implementation, I forgot to make a point. It is whether it is standard or whatever we call it, the starting point of implementation is for whoever comes to the profession to know that this framework exists and that his or her performance and success will be to know what the profession entails and then perform accordingly. So that's one element I would like to take.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else?
No,
Pasi?
yeah, just a quick note. I think this conversation proves this one thing, that we need to be very careful with the language that we use, particularly in the international communities like this, that we often misunderstand. I've been hearing about standards and standardization and many other things here. Maybe this is something that the Education International could do to help people to, be sure that we talk about right things. My personal view is that we should try to remove the terms and concepts from the educational discourse that are not truly educational. Like, people often speak about accountability in education as if it was an educational pedagogical term. It has nothing to do with education. So, you know, all of those things to kind of clean the educational discourse from the terms and words that mislead people to think about wrong things or inappropriate things. I think it's very important based on this. Thank you.
Yep. Carol?
Yeah, I mean, I would build on what's been said. I mean, I think part of this discussion is about claiming the narrative, claiming the practices, claiming the professionalism, and I fully agree. It's not about data and metrics, and I think the We the Educators that was launched earlier in this conference has got an important contribution to say around standardization and datafication. And then I think the bigger conversation, though, is what are we for as well as what are we against. And what we know is that leading the profession is about professional knowledge, professional judgment, professional learning of, by and for teachers. And I think we have to claim that space rather than having a discourse imposed on us.
Okay. Beatrice?
I just want to say, I think I want to agree with the idea. I think the idea is that it would be important to be able to have, let's call it, descriptions of what it is a professional teacher should show in and wide enough to allow for the diversity. Because the worst thing that can happen is that we end up with uniform teachers. So basically, I think that's the work ahead that you would have, or we would have.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And on everybody's behalf, can I thank you, Larry, Carol, Pasi, Edom, and Beatrice for your contributions. And thanks, everyone, for your contribution as well. And I'll pass over to David to finish the meeting.
Thanks, Susan. Hey, I'll let you come on off. Thanks. Thank you. All right. I'll get you. All right. So we have a lot of things to do in wrap-up. You guys are welcome to stay if you want. I'm going to bring some more people up to help me kind of think through this final bit. Larry, I asked the chief regional coordinators of EI to sort of help me identify some people who they've heard making some, been kind of enthusiastic and talking about their takeaways. And so we have some people. I'd like them to come and join me right now, if they would, from the different regions of EI. Thank you. Yeah, so Fatima, gracias. Obrigado. So we were, trying to do something different. But at the same time, you can come up and have a seat if you would. We were trying to do something the same. We don't want to give up our values. We don't want to give up the ways, our culture, the way we do things. But we wanted to take some risks, and we wanted to see if we could organize a professional learning in a pedagogical way that would engage you as union leaders, as partners, where we could learn from each other. And we started the conversation. I think we've bookmarked it really well because we had at the beginning Andy Hargreaves sort of framing it out for us. The business capital model, right? What the threats are, how they see us, how the language is, what the strategies are, what the governments are, how the governments are trying to frame this, what the opportunities to shift the language with evidence. We moved through to talking about the integrity, talking about inclusion, our principles, talking about at a time where there's a lot of really scary things happening. People are turning inwards. Nationalism is on the rise. Extremism is on the rise. Students are feeling isolated. We heard the stories from Maggie. We know what our members are going through. It's not an easy time. And we learn from each other about how we as union leaders, as we as teachers, as we as researchers are confronting and working together collectively on this. We learned and talked about the ways in which we speak about it, because sometimes we find ourselves inside of an education bubble right? We sing to the choir. You know, we reinforce the things that we already know to be true, and then our friends tell us, yes, those are true, right? So we tried to think about how do we get out of the bubble and communicate our messages more effectively? How do we use the media that's there? What works in different cultures, in different contexts? We, the educators, a new conversation takes us far in that. We put out a call to all of you to ask for ideas for workshops. We received the workshops. We received fantastic workshops where we had partnerships. We had Satu South Africa working with Mary Metcalf, who was one of the presenters from South Africa. We had Uganda Unatu from Africa working with STIR. We had a really good one on the Quality Ed project that we're doing in Mali, and so on. So what we did was we took what you sent us, and we tried to find a way where you could learn from each other across contexts, but using a similar language. And I think we got there. So Louise, who works with me, has been listening to your conversations. She's been in the workshops. The rapporteurs have been trying to capture what you've been talking about, and they've sort of tried to roll that up into sort of a conference document. It's a draft. Is it live on the app now, guys? Yes? Is it on the app? If it's not, it will be. It will be on the app. You can use the app to then make some comments on it. Because the whole point of this is not that we think exactly the same about what we're taking away from here. Because we all come from different places. We have different expectations. My expectations are very much colored by the fact that what I see out there in terms of the threats of privatization, commercialization, the short video that Pasi showed you, and lots of other videos we can show you, is that there is an active effort to try to turn us into content delivery machines. And that's one step away from just replacing us with robots. And there are people who actively believe, right, that a robot would do a better job than Maggie, right? It's hard to believe it, but there are people that are proposing things like that. Pasi was just telling you this. There are conversations that are happening. Our entire campaign with Bridge, you know, what is Bridge's business model? Bridge International. They hire unqualified teachers, unqualified personnel. They pay them a pittance, which is a very little amount of money, and that's where they make their profits, unqualified. Where standards are high, where the profession is strong, they cannot make profits. They cannot set up their shops. Their pyramid scheme falls. We can actually push back on the privatizers professionally. Tom was talking about the fact that in Australia, it became a workload issue. They organized around professional issues for workload wins on time and space and autonomy. We have to get smarter. We have to think smarter. We have to work together. We have to listen. We have to figure out what are the messages that are going to get through, what's the evidence that's going to support that, and you know that. Because you've been telling me we need to do this, right? But now we're doing it together. I am very, very excited. I've been looking forward to this for a very long time. And I'm really, really thrilled that you were all willing to come here and give up your time to do this. It's not going to be sort of a one-off conference. Yeah? We are the organization of ideas. We are the world's teachers. We are the world's educators. We are the moral compass for the planet. We are creating the future. People are going to be looking more and more to us to help push back on the post-truth alternative facts. We are going to have a better, more nuanced, more tailored, more context-relevant, human rights-based message that gets to our members, makes people want to be with us, makes people want to join us, makes people want to partner with us, makes governments go, maybe they won't agree with us just on the basis of ideas, maybe a little grunt on the ground, as my friend Angelo would say, is also helpful. Yeah? But this is how we're going to have to move this. And we know that the word standards is not the word. I like the idea when Larry was talking, he was saying that there was sort of a commitment of, what was it, the ethics at the beginning? There's sort of a statement of social justice, right? And if you've heard me speak before, you know that I always talk about braiding the three strands, right? The industrial, the social justice, and the professional. That by themselves, they are weak strands. But when you braid them, they become stronger. EI becomes stronger when we braid those three pieces of our identity, those three core values of who we are, to social justice, to being respectful, to integrity. When we hear outside voices, when we're willing to take on those debates, when we're willing to use our evidence. And I really want to thank you for that. So I hope you're all going to be taking away things that you're going to be able to use, strategies, new partnerships, new research, new ways of framing arguments, new ways of convincing people, new ways of finding energy in what we do, inspiration in the people we represent, you know, and our people we work with. I wanted to go to some friends from around the world to ask them just to briefly share with you, like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, what you're going to take away with you, what you're going to take back and use when you get back home in your union, in your school, in your country, in your region, however you want to do it. I'm not going to tell you, because for the very same reason, we don't need to standardize, because we're professionals. So, Diane, can we start with you, please?
Well, thank you. As I listened to Andy Hargreaves on the first morning, I was really reminded what a polarized world we live in, and the depth of the challenges that we all face. It really prompted me to think, and I think this is my first big takeaway from the conference, that we really need to promote and advocate for our vision for a publicly funded public education system that will serve all of our students well. And in that, we need to be able to talk about our vision for public education persuasively with people who are just as committed to a very different vision for education. And we need to have a strong narrative that will support those conversations, a narrative that will prompt people to think and rethink, and that will also engage, not just people involved in the education sector, but the broader society in a discourse about what kind of education do we want for our children, and how does that fit in with the society that we desire. And I also, I agree with Carol. I think the We the Educators that was launched the other day provides us with an opportunity to prompt those kinds of discussions on a micro scale, but also on a larger scale, about what kind of vision for public education do we want. And I also really appreciated Pasi's reference to small data this morning. I think that's really important. And in that vision for public education, we also need to be very strong about promoting and advocating for our vision of our profession, what it means to us, what it means to children. Maggie reminded me this morning about how teaching is transformational and learning is transformational. So we need to be very strong about advocating with that, and I think our unions have an important role to play in that.
Thank you. Catherine?
Thank you. It's now good afternoon. I want to first and foremost thank Education International for organizing this workshop. It has been a trend. You have been attending a lot of workshops under international education. And I just want to highlight a few points on what we have gotten as Africa and what we shall take back home. We talked of personalization and the standardization. As at now, in Africa, when you talk of personalization in schools, it may be something very difficult to maintain in a way. Looking at the infrastructure, looking at a few teachers and so many problems. Personalization may be a problem to maintain or achieve. However, having attended this workshop and having learned, having gotten a lot of sharing from other countries, we shall by all means, through workshops and other means, disseminate the information to our colleagues at the grassroots layer there. We have also gotten the issue of globalization. As Africa, looking at the level of education as it now, it will assist a lot, because we are talking about opening boundaries, sharing, coordinating. It will help us. Datadizing. If you talk of small data and big data, that's quite big education to us. Teacher development. As unions, we are looking at standards of education, especially in regard to teachers, pupils, quality education. What are we doing to ourselves? Can we try by all means? That is our voice are going to carry to Africa. Can we try by all means to make sure as teachers, we also look at upgrading? How are we going to be promoted as teachers in Africa? How are we going to reach those standards as teachers in Africa? Because only a best teacher can produce a best, qualified child. So as way forward on Africa, we are going to look at these issues and see how our coordinators globally and at the Africa level, see how we can disseminate this information to our colleagues down there. We are just very few have attended from Africa. By looking at the way we relate, the networks formed, we are going to disseminate the information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Fatima, so headphones if you don't speak Spanish, Portuguese, Portuñol.
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 Pobre de los intérpretes, pero nos entendemos. David, yo creo que nosotros vamos a hacer un poco más, poner desafíos y también recomendaciones que son para nosotros en cuanto a afiliados de la Internacional de Educación, pero también en cuanto a la IE mundial, ¿no? Vimos este momento como un espacio de reafirmar la unidad de los educadores. Y cuando hablamos educadores, estamos diciendo del personal docente y no docente, pero todos aquellos que están en una unidad escolar haciendo la educación pública. Então, vamos reafirmar este espaço como a unidade dos educadores na defesa da educação pública. Também analisamos como sendo um momento muito importante, um espaço de articulação sindical, e que é importante por ter as visões dos continentes, e acá também o público, a representação de todos os continentes que estão participando, não? E entendemos e recomendamos que este espaço seja um espaço mais permanente, que não seja só este, como você introduziu agora, porque é um momento que antes do Congresso e que possibilita, antes do Congresso Mundial de la IE, e que possibilita falar mais, discutir mais, porque o quantitativo de pessoas são menos e não está todo o processo posta do Congresso Mundial. Ou seja, ter mais vezes esse espaço, não? E que nesse espaço podemos debater mais a questão do sentido atual e do sentido futuro da educação. Por todo isto que foi posto acá, do papel e do rol do docente e de não docente da educação. E também que tem que ser um espaço de elaboração de propostas, nossa, enquanto internacional e enquanto afiliadas, não? De proposta da educação pública e promoção de políticas públicas educativas, não? E que o eje contra a privatização e a comercialização da educação tem que ser mais forte e mais permanente, como também dizer que temos que reafirmar nossa posição enquanto a Pearson e todas as políticas privatistas que está levando em todo o mundo. E aprofundizar esta questão com a ODE, sobre as provas estandarizadas e sobre a questão de PISA, não? Ou seja, nos quedou um pouco em aire e necessitamos, em el conjunto, aprofundizar esses dados. E, por último, quanto a los expositores e quanto a las mesas puestas. Estuve muy centrado en Europa y Norteamérica y queremos tener más la visión y la mirada de Asia y de África y, por ejemplo, los conflictos trazidos por la cuestión de los refugiados y las inmigraciones forzadas pasó un poco al lado, a no ser só en la cosa, la cuestión de Siria, de Turquía, en fin, todo ese proceso que es latente en el proceso educativo y también en todo el proceso todo. Y discutir más esta cuestión del concepto de estandarización y de avaliación. Gracias.
Thanks. We did do a conference just a couple months ago on education of refugees, so we did a whole conference on that, but point taken, thank you. Acabamos de hacer eso hace un par de meses, pero te digo más. Karina.
Thank you, David. Thank you, conference. Look, firstly, I'd like to thank EI for providing a wonderful forum for us to listen, to share our stories, and to reaffirm our commitment not only to our profession but to the students that we teach. So thank you, and thank you to all of our guest speakers. My big takeaway from this conference is about the importance of owning our work, our professional work, and the responsibility that we have to our students to guide their learning journey and to make sure that governments understand their responsibilities to our children and to our students. And language is very, very important, so I am going to refer to standards as professional teaching standards because that is the language that we use in Australia. Professional teaching standards developed by teachers for teachers. We own the standards, we use them, and that language for us is very important. But I do also want to acknowledge that language in other contexts. I think we can find a way to develop terminology that works for EI affiliates in their local context. The question was posed yesterday evening about whether we need professional teaching standards, and the answer for us is unequivocally yes. And we need these because it is our defence against the privatisation agenda, it is our defence against conservative government agendas, and it's our defence against poor quality education for our students. But more than that, it's our right. It's our right to protect and enhance not only the work that we do as teachers, but the rights for all of our students to access a high quality education. So I believe that we the educators have to lead this debate, and we have to derive the development of a framework in terms of these standards, and that once we have that framework as affiliates, that we need to lead the conversation both professionally and politically within our local regions to make sure that we can put a stop to some of the right-wing conservative agendas of our own governments. So I'd like to suggest that as part of this process, we look at case studies of countries where this has already occurred successfully, and our union would be very pleased to be part of that process, but also that we look at case studies for countries where governments and businesses are using the term standards in a negative way to undermine the qualifications, to de-skill the profession, to push the privatisation agenda, and to open the doors for companies such as Pearson's or Bridge or Teach for Australia, Teach for UK, Teach First, you name them, we've got many of them, to put people in front of our students in more disadvantaged communities and schools with 6 weeks training with an iPad and no more. So I'll just conclude by saying that in Kailash's words, every child matters, and if we must move from ignorance to education, and to do that, we have to take control of the agenda, we have to own the language, and we have to push the standards that we expect. Thank you.
Thanks, Karina. Thank you.
Is this still on? Yeah?
Yeah, I think it is.
EIS was founded in 1846. We keep saying we're the oldest teachers' union in the world, and until somebody contradicts me, I'm going to stick with that line. But when we were founded, the slogan adopted was for the promotion of sound learning and the defence of teachers. And it's been quite illustrative this week as to the importance of both of those twin aims. I missed Wednesday of conference because 5,000 of our members were taking strike action in a pay dispute, and I had to be on the picket lines. And that trade union side of our work is very, very important, and in different parts of the globe, that will be front and centre in terms of union focus. But I've spent the second half this week talking about professional practice and pedagogy, and how, as a profession, we focus on channeling our expertise as practitioners into influencing the education debate. And I think it's very important that we keep both of these tracks in focus. We are trade unionists and we are professional educators. And I've always had the view that when you're talking to PISA analysts, or you're talking to government, or you're talking to your employers, what we have that they don't is that we are teachers, and we understand how a classroom works, how teaching and learning happens. So I think this discussion we've had is very important about looking at ways in which we can bring our collective professional voice to the debate and influence the policy, because ultimately we have more expertise in this room around what makes a difference in the classroom than any gathering of politicians across the globe. So it's how we actually utilise that strength and influence in the debate. And I think that's the biggest takeaway for me, is that teachers' professional voice and EI's collective professional voice is a crucial voice in the debate.
Thanks, Larry. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we're almost done. I'm not going to take up too much more of your time. I would like to remind you that you have lunch and you'll be able to chat longer and things. At the end of remember the graffiti artists were painting? We would like to do a photo, a solidarity photo, for our Argentine brothers and sisters who couldn't be here because they were putting up a school in front of the Congress when the police moved in and tear gassed them. And so they are in a very difficult situation right now in all across Argentina and Buenos Aires. Those of you who know me, I also have a special place in my heart for that country. But I think all of you who want to can join us afterwards. I don't think we can leave without acknowledging the fantastic speakers and panelists who have given their time to UI. I'm not going to go and try to name all of them, but if you would just, I really, really appreciate, for those of you here, you've given your time, you are on such high demand, and we really appreciate all of you. We appreciate all of you who have come and made presentations and wrote proposals and wanted to share. I want to thank the AOB, Lisbeth and Trudy, who have worked with us here in Rotterdam and the preparation. So thank you to the AOB. I want to thank the incredible staff here at the WTC, which is a beautiful venue. Our wonderful interpretation team, who has been able to work through standards and norms and frameworks. And I want to thank the people who did the graffiti. You'll have to go out there and see the graffiti wall. So Nikita and his team who are out there, thank you very much for that. But this wouldn't have happened were it not for the wonderful EI staff who work behind the scenes, guiding you, facilitating, setting up, dealing with the issues, whether on the administrative side, on the content side, all sides, day and night. They've worked so hard for this, and I really want you guys stand up, those of you in the back there. Could you just recognize the EI staff, please? And Petra will finally be able to sleep, so let's clap that Petra will finally get some sleep. She's been working very hard. And then I want to thank you all. Thank you very much. This has been fantastic. We look forward to seeing you at the next moment. Look on the app. We will get some more documents up on there. We will be sending some things out to you. Kailash has talked about this campaign. We have a lot to share. You'll be hearing from us. Rest assured. See you soon. Travel well. Thank you.